Good morning, everybody. This is the Oskar Quentin Show, where I take calls from the general public and talk about politics. The prompt today, Trump voters don't know what a good source is. Been interesting lately, just trying to get callers to Google basic claims. Been running into that. If you're watching this after the fact on YouTube, you can find a pinned comment that'll tell you when the first oppositional call starts, as well as some more comprehensive timestamps in the description below. If you want to just jump around and look for your favorite regular callers or see who's new. We gave the entire episode yesterday to some weirdo who wanted to defend Putin and North Korea. And boy, howdy, did I get hate for it. I don't give a fuck. This is the Oskar Quentin Show. The show is fundamentally about whatever the hell I want it to be about, and I'm not interested in my show as it grows becoming this really hyper-specified, like, formulaic, I only take this type of call because that's what's best for my views. I'm not interested in that. That caller was, I think he used some disingenuous tactics to try to get out of the embarrassment of being trounced in a debate. But I do think he genuinely supported Russia and North Korea. I believed him when he said that, so it was an interesting conversation. Beak says, I watched 3 hours of it. I don't blame you at all when I couldn't finish it. Yeah, well, I don't, because that's the thing. You don't have to fucking watch every episode. Like, if you think, oh, this isn't really a Trump supporter, this isn't really a, this isn't really what I'm looking for in a debate, that's fine. But the purpose of the show is to understand people's political perspectives. And I think that callers like the one that we had yesterday are part of the reason why Trump is president, because callers like him didn't vote at all, because they're the leftists that think the system is so broken that they don't have to participate in it. And I think that the biggest admission that we got throughout the entire episode was that caller admitting that it will be very bad for him and for me if the Republicans maintain control of the legislative branch in November. He agreed that that would be a very bad outcome compared to the Democrats winning it. But he still said that he wouldn't vote because he doesn't want to support fascists. So yesterday was a really interesting experiment in looking at the fact that when we have the trolley problem, train is careening down the tracks at 5 workers. Do you throw the switch to put the train on the tracks where it will only kill 1 worker because you don't have time to get to them and warn them in time? It seems to me that what's going on with a lot of the less reasonable leftists is that they're the people who don't throw the switch. Because they say murder's bad. You're not allowed to kill people. Don't throw the switch. Because voting in this case is throwing the switch. He was trying to change that analogy to make it so that like it's the Democrats driving the train. And I'm like, no. That's not the analogy. The fork in the tracks is your decision as a voter. You can't like restructure this analogy to just like say that it's the Democrats driving the train. That doesn't make any fucking sense. Backup accounts do need added. Thank you for the reminder, Goop. Speaking of backup accounts, we do, Jessie, who's in the producer's chair today, should get in the chat with our call-in line account. Okay, hold on. Where am I? Oskar Quentin 2. Let's get myself invited in.
I'm here already.
You're here already?
Call-in line is always here.
Call-in line is always here. So the external phone line to call into the show with the telephone number, all of the hardware is set. We've done a sound test. It works. It's great. We are just waiting for the burner accounts that we're using to get live privileges. So Jessie's been working on that in the background. You may have seen, let's see, where is call-in line? Is call-in line in the chat?
Not yet.
Well, get in there, Jessie. All right, let's get these in. And you got to hit join on that phone before I hit mute. Perfect. There we go. There are the backup accounts if you want to make sure that you're following on the accounts that are going to host the show when this account gets banned for something silly, which happens to creators from time to time. So the call-in line for the show is just pending this burner account just getting live privileges, because we are essentially using the burner account as just a condom to protect this account from flags from TikTok for whatever the callers might say, because there are big channels that use a phone line to take calls directly from the public. I know not all of them have run into trouble, but I also know that like certain streamers have lost accounts that had like 50 or 100,000 followers because of something that a caller said. So I'm going to be way more fucking careful than that. And I finally figured it out, because I don't know of anybody in the TikTok space who's figured out this solution of using an external iPhone to have a call passed to it through Google Voice so that external iPhone can join as a regular guest. As far as I'm concerned, looking at this very messy screen that I look at while I'm running the show, the person calling on the phone number, to me, This is just any other TikTok request. It's through an account that we own, and Jessie's going to be managing it on the other side of the room. But we do have that sorted out. Just so let's see. Call in line right here. Can I pin this comment? No. Why won't it let me? Anyway, call in line is in the chat. So get following on that account. Interact. Say, hey, thank you for being such a wonderful member of the TikTok community. Let's see what Jacob Eckman has to say. He doesn't usually request this early in the show.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you well. Yeah, I can hear you well.
Perfect. Yeah. No, I just here early today because I wanted to check in with you and say hi. Because I talked about the Jubilee thing. What you think? What if you
I haven't, dude. I haven't watched it yet. It's like next on my I have a pile of
It's all right.
No, I have a pile of stuff that I need to watch, and I was so excited when I saw that it was Tim Pool.
I thought I told you.
You did, but I was keeping it a secret.
Okay.
Blowing your own cover there, Jacob.
It's fine. Dude, David and everybody leaked it a month beforehand, so I was just like, okay, well, if David's leaking it, then I'm just gonna fucking talk about it. So
yeah. I saw the clips that went up on your Instagram. Is it true that he rage quit? That he stormed off?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That's fucking embarrassing.
Not because of me, but I wish it was. There were plenty of times in my debate where I thought I should have brought up tenant media. Looking back on your debates, there's always that shit, I should have said that. But it was good though. He stormed off. The debates were. He definitely won his interactions with a lot of people because he's a slimy piece of shit. But he definitely got embarrassed on a whole. So it's very good. I recommend everybody go watch it. My segment is 6 minutes. It starts at 38 on the video. So it was really great. But when you see it, let me know. I'm trying to get
I'm doing. As possible. I'm doing a bunch of work. Well, so now we're in Studio B, so I'm actually doing a bunch of work on Studio A this evening. So I'm going to throw it on the big TV in the old studio while I'm working on that, and I'm definitely going to check it out because I straightforwardly, I am beginning to feel a little bit of conflict about appearing on Jubilee. I've been watching some content that's actually just come out, stuff that's gotten fed to me in the algorithm since this most recent one went up, and yeah, I don't know. I think the thing that really bothered me, to be specific, is that they called Tim Pool a moderate.
So that's the issue. The people and a few things. One, I think people that are upset about that don't take that up with me and all the other people.
Yeah, that's not you. You have no control over that stuff.
Yeah, we did not know. Well, we didn't even know it was Tim Pool until the filming day. So yeah. I didn't know until I was there and I saw him, walking. So if you guys are upset about that, just make sure you're not attacking the content creators that went there because it's really not our fault. But what I'll say is
go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, if I had a platform, right, like Dean Withers or Parker, where I was extremely large to a level that if I went on, I would be benefiting Jubilee, then there's, I feel, a moral conflict there. I have a very low amount of followers. I'm not well known, compared to any of those guys. So there is that level of I think it's not me platforming them, it's them platforming me. I think
that's an important distinction because I'm in a similar spot where I think I'd be getting more attention from them than I'd be driving to them, certainly, and it does become a different moral question at that point because there's a degree to which I think that when people say that, whether it's Jubilee or even just what you and I do, platforming monsters as we do on these shows, there are a lot of people in the political discourse space who think that what we're all doing is bad, and the idea of platforming these bad things or legitimizing somebody like Tim Pool by by putting him at the center of an episode like that is bad. But I mean, obviously, by the nature of the fact that I run this show, I must not see a problem with it because fundamentally, I think that a lot of people who have that attitude towards discourse are unwilling to face up to the fact that a third of this country have some dangerously problematic views, and if we're not going to talk and address and reach those people, one of the reasons I'm excited about the phone number is because to get call-ins for the show is because I want to advertise that phone number in spaces other than TikTok and YouTube where my show is hosted. I want to advertise that in I want to advertise that on the bench at the bus stop to just start getting some actually fucking random callers. Me and Jessie are talking about buying newspaper ads in red towns to throw the number in and say, call this number between these hours if you support Trump and tell us why, so that we can just start getting some, like, I want to get people who don't know how to use the internet to start calling in. Because I just want to increase the reach of this discourse, because I think that we're seeing TikTok become very like white nationalistically driven on the right side, because I don't think that a reasonable person can interact with very many TikTok lives like mine or yours or Dean Withers or Parker's or anybody's, Santana, like any of these people. I don't think a reasonable person can take in this content for very long without going one of two directions, saying, okay, I might be a conservative, but Trump is bad, what's going on in America is bad, and we should vote blue for now. Or doubling down and being like, you know, we got to deport all people who don't have white skin or some crazy shit like that. So there's this hyper polarization that's happening here on TikTok that I don't think is representative of what's happening out there in the country and the rest of the country, which is why I really, really want to get, like, I'm hoping that the Google Voice number can stay the same for a really long time, because I might invest some money in getting it advertised places.
So I'll say I've had a Google Voice number for 6 to 8 months and I've never had to change it. So very, like, and it's completely free. So I would say you could count on that not being an issue. If it
Jessie,
gets reported.
Would you pass me the dongle that's in the desk drawer there, the call-in dongle? I want to show everybody how it works before we take a caller. I know people find some of the supervisory stuff boring, but this is the answer to getting people to call in. This plugs into an iPhone. It's a USB cable. And then this little device that I'm plugging it into is a sound card that has a headphones and microphone jack. And there's a matching one here with just two of these little pass-through guys. So I have the microphone from one plugging into the headphones of the other and vice versa. And then this plugs into a laptop. So the Google Voice call is here. The iPhone connected to a TikTok burner account is here. The Google Voice call presents to my show as a regular TikTok caller calling in from an iPhone. But you need a separate computer and a separate iPhone. Why not just do it from your desktop? Because when you do it through software, you can't call into TikTok through the desktop at all. You need a phone to do it. And if I just do it on the desktop and pipe the audio in, the caller says the N-word, TikTok sees that my account piped the N-word in, I get in trouble. Whereas we can just use a burner account on the iPhone that's connected to, and that will completely here's the beauty, Jacob.
That's brilliant.
Here's the beauty, Jacob. I could wrap my show at 2:00. You could go live at 2:00, and then I could pass my call-in line to you, because it doesn't matter that this is being managed here.
Oh my God,
it's
that's
completely
so cool.
independent. Because as far as I'm concerned, it's just another TikTok caller.
Dude,
I figured it out.
So brilliant, because that means
I solved it.
That's actually so smart. So wait, that means
we could share it. We could like me and I was talking to Pickles, we could potentially have it during the hours that my show isn't live, give the line to other people. Somebody would have to manage it here. So talk to me. But I mean, this is not an expensive solution. It's, all you need is a computer, an iPhone, and what I'm holding is $30 worth of technology. This is just adapters and little USB sound cards. iPhones support these motherfuckers natively. You can just plug this USB dongle with a sound card, and then plug a nice microphone and a nice pair of headphones into this, and you can be on TikTok live with a nice microphone, nice headphones as a guest. This solution just works completely natively on modern iPhones. Any iPhone 15 or newer that has standard USB. So I'm very excited
so cool.
about this solution.
Because that also means if you promote the number using if you do newspapers, it means that the people like Pickles that you use also can get a boosted viewership level.
Well, yeah, and I could,
MAGA.
I'm looking at buying a call management software so that we can actually have a queue of callers sitting in the call where they've screened and put their name and age or whatever in, so we can do it that way. And that way the call screening doesn't happen on the air. People who have a call in line where it's managed through desktop, you hear the phone ringing. Whereas this one, it would just show up like I said, just like any other caller.
Yeah, I get harassed doing that because there's the number and people are calling in and it's just constant annoyance. So
because it interrupts the show if the phone rings. Yeah. But that's the thing. The viewers will never hear the phone ring. It's completely disconnected. Because the guest account on that iPhone, Jessie, who's sitting on the other side of the room to manage it, isn't going to join the live stream until the person's like ready and on the line. So we're going to set up the call screening software to say like, hey, you're on hold. The next voice that you hear is going to be Oskars live on the air. And then like they'll sit in silence until they get brought in. So that's the plan. But it is totally working. We are just waiting for our burner accounts to like get live privileges, because I'm just not going to risk I'm not going to risk my main account, and I'm not going to risk either my two, where are they, over here? Yes, these two backup accounts that you're seeing on TikTok, which you should be following. In addition to Jacob, you should follow Jacob as well if you're watching this on TikTok, and you can click his name. But yeah, I've been talking about it for months, and it's just been a logistics drag getting everything set up, and I butt heads with us getting moved into the new studio. But I'm so fucking excited to get some new collars. I'm so excited to just get some like regular ass, like I might buy a Facebook ad and just be like, serve this Facebook ad in Texas, in Florida, Georgia, like, you know, I think
something I'm going to end up doing is I figured out that Harvard has a Turning Point USA chapter, and I might be contacting them and say like, give me 10 of your members and I'll debate all of you guys. And I think that's like a way, like getting on the ground with people, I think is a way to, cause I'm in Boston. So getting on the ground, I think is also a way to get MAGA. That's obviously not live, but like that is a way to get clips, and I'm going to start doing that for sure.
Well, you're thinking the right way. I think so many people get trapped in the TikTok space of like, you get a really unrepresentative slice of what America thinks about politics if you only consider the views of people who call into a show like this through TikTok Live. So I'm just looking to expand that, both in terms of randos, like I said, but what you're doing is great too. Just like actually reach out to some other people. Did we get guest request privileges? I just saw the invitation pop up on the screen, Jesse. Did it work?
Oh, fuck.
Somebody just invited the call in line to join. Can you join? There's got to be a way. Let's see. Now, okay. Now, don't get excited, everybody. If it has guest request privileges, we will still need to do some we don't have the laptop set up right now to do it because we didn't have this set up. So if we have guest request privilege, you don't? Okay. It's interesting. I didn't know you could. Okay. Maybe TikTok did change it, because I had a caller that said that they had requested, that I'd requested to join in, and they said they didn't have privileges, and I called them a liar. Maybe I was wrong. Whoopsie daisy. Anyway, I've got some people in the queue, so I think I should move on to debates. But everybody get following Jacob before I kick him off my show, and go watch his Jubilee with Tim Pool. I'm going to be doing the same this evening. So definitely feel free to call back in after I've watched it. I'd love to talk to you about it on the air.
Yeah, just like DM me or like send me a message when you want me to come by, and I will. I'll be live at like 3 today, so if you also want to come by, then you can.
You're East Coast, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, East Coast. So that's 2 for you.
That's actually my end time. Try to go live while I'm still on. I'll give you a raid if I see that you're on when I'm wrapping up today.
Talk to you later, man.
Later, Jacob. Alrighty then. Very exciting. Very, very excited about the call-in line. Thank you, Jazz Barringcraft, for the $2 on YouTube Super Chat. Yesterday was a fascinating show. Well worth it. I agree. I will defend my habit of burning an entire episode for one caller when they're interesting to me. It is the Oskar Quentin Show. I am he. Little Boots sent $10 to say Jessie or Jessie tax. It is the first Jessie with IE, not just the E. There are a lot of Jessies that watch the show. I've seen people, I don't know if you've noticed this, Jessie. I've seen people talk to other Jessies in the chat thinking that they're you. Like, there's a couple of like regular viewers who are also named Jessie, and they'll be like, oh cool, it's Jessie, and like in the comments of a video, and it's like, no, it's not. But anyway, you got fans, Jessie. Cheese It for $5 on YouTube Super Chat says, the Dems are pineapple on pizza. MAGA is a pile of shit with corn in it. Can I pick the pineapple off the pizza and eat? Don't try to make me pick out the corn. Yeah. I like that analogy. Ewing sent $5 to say, hi, Oskar. I caught you live for the first time yesterday on behalf of communists. I apologize for the tanky you dealt with yesterday. Well done. Thank you. Yeah, I don't hate the communists generally. I do hate that flavor of communist. That dude was a nincompoop. Lucky Phil sent me $2 on Buy Me a Coffee to say, don't throw the Switch, throw the Steam Deck. More weight, more damage. Yeah. The accelerationist wants to take the train off the tracks, right? 4 hours with this clown for $2. Did I read that yesterday, Lucky Phil? Sorry if I missed that one yesterday. I don't recall that.
He did. Very end. I yelled at you for it.
Oh, thank you for yelling at me, Jessie. We do need to get the stick for the producer. We need to get a yardstick for you to like whack me with from off camera when I like misgender somebody or yeah, squirt some water at me. Robbie thank you for the $2 on Venmo. He said, if you guys share the phone line, it will make advertising it much, much easier because you could pool money for advertising. Think billboards on highways in red states. Well, that's the thing. If we could find a way to like get somebody paid to manage it, we could make it like we could conceivably make it a call center. We could like make it a thing where like we offer that service to other like live streamers where like, oh, do you want a caller? Just get one from the Oskar Quentin call-in line. Just request one. We'll send you one. Like if we advertise it, we get the queue full all the time. We could just have a pool of numbers. I think we're going to screen out numbers that don't have caller ID, which is just going to keep it from being like burner accounts and trolls, which will also allow us to region lock it to the United States. So it'll be American callers that have their caller ID, which we won't show anybody ever unless they commit a crime on the line. Then we'll give it to the police or admit to a crime on the line. But if they don't do that, like we'll keep it private, but that'll just keep it from being mostly trolls. And of course, we can ban phone numbers. So
a billboard's a great idea for getting callers, but just like that call 855 for truth, Midwesterners know what I'm talking about here.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to encourage people to call in while they're driving. We don't want them calling while they're
driving. I don't think billboard's the right avenue. But, like, you know, bus stop bench might be. Local newspaper might be. So we're gonna talk about some of that stuff. All right. We've made it 20 minutes into the show without having anybody on who wasn't a friendly. So let's talk to Dogeyes, and we'll see what he wants to talk about on this beautiful Tuesday. Hello, Dogeyes. How old are you?
24.
Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah.
Why is that?
Because Trump.
I don't feel like I have your full attention.
I'm the guy who said he was going to throw cherry bombs at your house.
Yeah. I recognize your voice. I was just trying to figure out which one you are. What's your deal, man? Like, why do you do this? That's what I was asking you the last time we talked. Just trying to figure you out a little bit. Like, I don't know what... I want to know what your life is like.
Yeah, it's not really like... I'm an electrician.
You have a normal sleep schedule?
Yeah.
What time do you wake up?
I wake up like 7 o'clock in the afternoon. I wake up, I go for my morning routine and jog. Then I see Brunette from accounting, and then I walk downstairs in my living room, 7 o'clock at night, by the way, and get naked on the couch.
Mm-hmm. Okay. You understand why I want to know a little bit about you, right?
Of course, I'm an interesting character.
Yeah, and I'm trying to understand. Mostly, I want to understand the degree to which this is a character versus this is like how you actually are in real life. Because if this isn't a character, I'm pretty concerned about you. You have.
They let me get pretty racist at my job.
Yeah, and TikTok lets you get pretty violent with me. You've made some threats to me on. You think it's AI chat? How do we check that? There's a little bit of a delay on talking to him. Can you turn your camera on?
Why the fuck would I do that?
If you aren't a coward, I find that it's the people who aren't cowards who are willing to do that.
I don't think I'm a coward. I just think that... No, that's a really rash, really harsh assumption to come to.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to continue to assume it if you don't turn your camera on.
What if I'm a veteran, Oscar?
That doesn't make a difference to whether or not I think you're a coward for not turning on your camera.
Wait. That doesn't make a difference. So you would still die on that hill that I'm a coward, even when I served in the military. You
misquoted me. That wasn't the entire sentence I said. I qualified it. That does change my opinion about you slightly, if that's true. But I also don't.
No, I didn't. But it doesn't matter. You just saying, or even like being like, oh yeah, I'm an Oscar. Cherry bombs are coming for that house. I'm telling you.
That's a very clear and direct threat.
Yep.
So you probably don't want to turn your camera on, so there won't be consequences for that clear and direct threat, right? Wouldn't want Burnett from accounting to hear about that?
I don't hide my face.
Then show it.
Oskar, you're a coward.
Why do you think I'm a coward?
Because you said that if, a veteran came up on here and refused to turn his camera on, you'd call him a coward just because he refused to turn his camera on.
If you're a veteran, you're still a coward for not turning on your camera.
He
Absolutely.
also did turn on his camera last time we had him
He just said
on.
it again. Hey, he just said it again. I thought I was going to have to Nah, he just said that. Are you that stupid?
What?
What do you mean, dude?
What did I say?
I mean,
I don't know.
No, I mean
But if you guys go to his
TikTok?
profile, his face is on
TikTok?
it, and we know that's him from the last time he.
Oh, yeah,
his
he's done it
camera
before?
on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then
no,
sure.
Did last
Oscar.
Oh, wait.
The same photo he brought up. Is
Oh,
his
great. Okay, so
profile.
we have his face and we have the clear and direct threat from this episode, right?
Yep.
That's all I needed. Thank you, dogeyes. Talk to you soon, buddy. Anyway, we're gonna talk to Carlosxgomezz. Hello, how old are you?
22.
Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah, I voted for Trump, yeah.
Are you happy that you voted for Trump?
Fuck no. I wasn't going to be happy regardless. I knew that.
Okay, I mean, I guess, the longer it goes on, the worse and worse the Trump regime gets, the harder it is to just get a straight answer to this question. But what I'm trying to understand is, are you glad that he's the president instead of Kamala Harris, or do you wish that she had won?
As far as the federal level goes, I really don't care. I mean, a lot of the shit was going to happen.
No, dude, stop.
We're still being invaded.
Right. Okay. Let's just figure this out, though. Do you actually think that the outcomes caused by Kamala Harris being president versus Donald Trump being president, if Kamala Harris had started being president 18 months ago instead of Donald Trump, do you actually think they would be the same, or do you have a preference for those two outcomes now with the clarity of hindsight with 18 months of Trump administration behind us?
I mean, Kamala had some good policies in some regards on some fronts, but as far as geopolitics goes, no, I mean, I do.
Okay, I didn't ask you to specify to geopolitics. You are God in my example. You get to flip the switch. You can go back in time and make it to the Kamala Harris one. Would you pick that outcome over this one?
I don't think it mattered much.
When you say you don't think it mattered much, that's fucking nonsense to me. You don't think it would be of consequence for a great many people if Kamala Harris was president instead of Trump?
I mean, we're still being digged down by Israel on the basis.
Right, and there are other things. There are other things that are going on than that. You understand that, right?
Yeah. Just like we're being invaded. Yeah, I know we're being invaded actively. That's even worse than Israel.
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Are you talking about illegal immigrants?
No, I'm talking about legal immigration too. What are you talking about? We also have hundreds of thousands of H-1B visas.
Camera on if you want to do this bigoted shit. Let's
bigoted shit.
Yeah,
Bro,
yeah. I consider what you do. My
face is on my profile.
Put your camera on for like 10 seconds, then we can go back to having the conversation. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit.
Okay, I do. I just woke up.
Okay, then I don't. Then you're saying no. You're going to be disconnected in 15 seconds when you don't turn on your camera.
Look at my profile.
I don't care. I'm not gonna. It's not how the show works. I'm in charge here. This is the Oskar Quentin show. I'm Oskar Quentin. You have 7 seconds to turn your camera on.
God, you're a faggot. Okay.
Slur and run. We're gonna talk to billybob. I'm gonna see if he's gonna do a slur and run or make threats against my safety on the show. Let's see what type of show we're having today. Hello, how old are you?
I'm old.
How old are you?
I'm 50.
Okay. Do you support Trump?
No, but I talk to a lot of Trump supporters. And
why have you called into my show with this brand new account?
I saw you on Facebook, and it was actually left-leaning, kind of aggressive political talk, and so the algorithm worked. But I try and reach out to talk to people about politics all the time in my daily life, and I find that I can talk to conservatives a lot more than liberals. So I figured I would talk and try and find out if I could talk more to liberals to understand them.
What is your political perspective?
I'm like classic liberal, right? So I'm like centrist. I'm, a lot of stuff Bill Mahr says makes sense, though he's kind of an idiot on Israel and lots of other things. But generally, I kind of want the Democrats to win better, and I'm concerned about the PR, right?
Yeah, I think those are real concerns.
Yeah, so I'm constantly talking to, I have friends that are liberals and conservatives, and I'm constantly defending Democrats and liberals to conservatives because they think that we're all crazy. And yeah, so I'm like, I'm trying to figure out, what's the message? How can the left be portrayed better in the mainstream? Is it, fighting fire with fire, or is it what you're doing right now? And I think what you're doing right now is a big, big help. So,
well, yeah, I was about to say, it'd be pretty grifty of me to not answer by saying that I think I'm helping. I don't think I'm doing all the work that needs to be done. I'm not the right person to do all the work that needs to be done, but I think I'm the right person for this particular role, having these conversations on this show. I would guess, based on what you've said about your political beliefs, that you probably think that some of my more progressive ideas are a little harebrained or maybe a little extreme, but it sounds to me like you're on, if we're going to divide the country into two teams, and one of the team wants the Republicans to have the legislative branch after the midterms, and the other team doesn't. I assume we're on the same team there, right?
No, like I think I'm probably on the same team on, most progressive items. My concern is I think the economics is the number one thing. And when it constantly goes to social, I get
hold on. I'm just trying to understand who I'm talking to.
Sure.
I am looking at the midterms and hoping that we do not have a situation where after the midterms, the Republicans have maintained control by majority of both the House and the Senate. Are you on that team with me? Do you want them to no longer have a majority in both chambers of Congress?
Yes, that is. Okay. I'm on your team on that.
Okay, yeah. So like that's we're friendlies, and I'm sure there's some stuff we disagree pretty seriously about. But if you just want to talk about messaging, I think the left has completely failed to cut through the bullshit that's been presented by the right. The right has an advantage, which is that they're willing to be disingenuous to a greater degree than people on the left, which means they get to play dirty, and we don't have a mechanism to stop politicians from playing dirty. It's not illegal to lie on Fox News to your constituents. It's not illegal to just make up bullshit about your opposition. And generally, we don't like making up things about the opposition. And the right also doesn't punish people on their own side for doing grievously wrong things, like doing that sort of bullshit, or like, I don't know, assaulting women or children or those sorts of things. So that
not
gives
entirely true. Not entirely true. What's happening in Montana is very interesting. There's this guy Art Wittich that got convicted of election fraud 10 years ago. There's a whole documentary about it.
For every such character who's on the left, how many do you think I could find on the right?
Oh, well, the problem with, look, the Democrats...
That was a question, and I'm really interested in your answer. Shoot from the hip. How many do you think, if we find such a reprehensible character on the left, how many do you think we could find on the right just as bad?
Oh, I mean... 5-1. It's difficult, right? When you're higher on the ranks.
I think it's 5-1 at least. I think it's much bigger than that. But if it was only 5-1, do you think it would be fair to answer that I think that's a rampant problem on the right for you to say, oh, well, the left does it too, if it's a 5-1 ratio?
Right. Is it fair? Well, no, of course it's not fair.
Yeah.
Right,
so what you agree that what you just said and did a moment ago on my show is kind of unfair?
Well, here's my concern is that because anything that gets said gets pulled away in a 5-second short, any disagreement.
You follow me on Facebook. Do you think that I package my shorts dishonestly?
No.
Okay. Just making sure you weren't talking about me.
No. And to be fair, like, I think that your shorts and your sign in the back make you seem like you're more left than you are. But I've listened to you enough, and you aren't completely fitting the stereotype, right? Nobody.
Well, I think everybody's stereotype is different. There's liberals who think I'm too far left. There's leftists who don't think I'm left enough. A lot of people on the right think I'm a fucking communist or anarchist or something crazy like that.
Well, let's talk about that. Here's the one thing that I would take disagreement is when we talk about socialism, or when the Republicans talk about socialism, the same as Marxism, then you are constantly on the back foot defending socialism, public education, etc. But I find that when you talk about the ills of capitalism, which there are, capitalism gets thrown into a big bucket that capitalism in and of itself is bad. And it makes the whole movement look really bad, because if you're not for capitalism, then you get thrown in that market bucket.
You're saying I make the whole movement look bad. What movement?
The fairness movement, let's call it a movement.
The fairness movement.
A movement for meritocratic government. How about that?
A what government?
Meritocratic.
Oh, yeah, meritocracy. Well, I don't necessarily believe in the meritocracy. An absolute meritocracy is really unfair to disadvantaged people.
Interesting.
Yeah. If we had a perfect meritocracy where you just earned your place in life, earned your keep, earned the roof over your head by how good you were at stuff, a third of the population would live in abject poverty forever. And that would just cause a lot of human misery that I just don't think is... I don't think we should design a system that necessarily makes a third of people miserable. Because I think... I'll say something controversial, because I think that a third of humans are reasonably incompetent in the ways that a meritocracy would want to reward. And I want to build a society that's kind to those people.
Yeah.
Instead of tricking them into voting for rapists.
In that sense as well.
What?
I'm ashamedly an elitist in that sense as well.
I'm not ashamed of it. I think I'm just willing to address the fact that people have differing competencies. I think we need to speak openly about that. As a professional educator, it's something that I've had to grapple with. The fact that not everybody has the same chance at doing well in school, even if the school system gives them an equal shot. And I think that we should develop a system that just isn't unfair to those people, because they were born into their bodies in just the same way as any of us got born into the place where we were born. When I was little, I used to think how lucky I was to be born in, and I got to grow up in New York, because I'd hear about those starving kids in Africa, and I would always think to myself, I could have just been one of those kids. And I think about the things about myself that make me competent in some of the ways that are meaningful to me these days. And I don't think I'm responsible for those competencies. I think I'm just born the person that I am. Some of it came from nature, because I do think that there's a natural influence in your genetics on your likelihood of being an eloquent speaker or that sort of thing, having particular skills, right? I'm a musician. I'm perfectly happy to admit that you start with kind of a natural loadout for how good you are at music, and then you have to work hard on top of that. I wasn't particularly good at music naturally, so I had to work very hard to get even halfway competent. And I think it would be a failure for me to recognize my privilege to think that I deserve something over somebody who wasn't born into such a life. And that's my issue with the meritocracy, is that it forgets those people. It's not their fault that they don't have the skills to become fucking TikTok famous or whatever they want to do.
So why not go full communist then?
I think that society has a really difficult time creating systems that distribute prosperity to everybody in that way, because there's always a lot of actors who are going to feel entitled to the work that they've created. We're at a point right now in human society, at least in the Western world, where we have enough resources for everybody to be fed and clothed and housed. But if we're going to forget about that let's just put aside that bottom third of people's capabilities for a second. The top third who have succeeded at capitalism, they feel so entitled to what they're doing that they're unwilling to distribute it to the bottom. And the communists are right that if we did just distribute their work to the people at the bottom, everybody would be happier and that'd be a much merrier society. But they don't seem to realize the hurdle it is getting that top third to cooperate. I recognize that as a major pragmatic hurdle to distributing prosperity in such a way that life is more equitable for everybody. And because I recognize the pragmatic problem there, I'm interested in solving that pragmatic problem, which involves educating the population so that it becomes taboo to be such a capitalistic asshole. And I think that that's just a slower process. That's not going to happen by revolt. That's certainly not going to happen by just voting in November. But I think if I can convince more people to be reasonable about the allotment they have in life, there will be a zeitgeist change about what it means to win at capitalism. It should become taboo to be as wealthy as the billionaires. Those people should be shunned everywhere they go. People should sneer at them. throw the metaphorical tomato, because it's fucking trashy. And if we look at history, we can look back 50 or 100 years ago and look at just things that everyday people did that were trashy that we look at now. Like littering has become taboo. At least in in my lifetime, I've watched littering become more and more taboo, because people used to litter and not get in trouble with their friends and family about it. Nowadays, if you litter a fast food garbage on the sidewalk while you're walking down the street with your friends might say like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? That's trashy behavior. Don't fucking behave that way. And I think the only thing that somebody like me has influence over is the zeitgeist, is the perception that society has on these social issues. And I think that that's the most lasting change we can build. And I think that that's what the communists are referring to when they say class consciousness. But I just don't think that they recognize the difficulty it's going to be to get that top third advantaged people to cooperate in a system that is going to make them feel like they're being disadvantaged because of that classic phrase that I can never remember exactly. It's when you're privileged, equality feels like oppression, something like that. It's going to feel like you're taken away from these people, when in reality we're just equalizing the playing field. So I just think that people who are farther left than me don't have as firm a grasp on the pragmatic speed bumps ahead on getting to a post-scarcity society, and I just don't take their political plans very seriously for that reason.
Right, which is why I kind of, in a lot of ways, don't want them to represent my views, and I get upset with that kind of stuff. I would say that I'm a capitalist that wants a lot more taxes, a lot more wealth tax, because there is, I don't believe in altruism, but I do believe that you do get...
you don't believe in altruism?
No, every actor is self-interested. When you give, you get endorphins. You feel better about yourself when you give.
Yeah. I can like wax philosophically about the fact that I'm so fundamentally selfish a person that I spend my life trying to do good things for others so that I feel better about doing those good things for others. And we can say like, all right, everything everybody does is self-interested if we just get down to like whatever's going on in a person's neuroanatomy. But I think that makes the word altruism not that useful, and it's better to define altruism as those things that a person does, the actions a person take, where the goal is to increase somebody else's happiness or to reduce somebody else's suffering, even if the end goal is to make ourselves feel better for having done that. Because I can change a tire on the side of the road for some person who looks like they're having a hard time changing their tire, and I will admit, it brightens my day. I go around thinking, yeah, change that person's tire. I unfucked somebody's morning. How good do I feel? Might call my girlfriend. Oh, I've had a nice morning. I helped some person change their tire. How nice. I can get benefit from that. But if you're gonna call that not altruistic because I like benefit from doing the altruistic thing, it just makes the term useless, because at the end of the day, I'm still a better person than the person who laughs at the person who's having a hard time changing their tire. And we need a word for that.
All right. We also need a word for a fucking capitalist that you said, right? Because you don't have a problem with capitalism. You just have a problem with the elite that have made money, that have started from the top tier and think that everything was born out of their own actions.
Capitalism is a system that rewards bad actors. So the people who succeed at it at the expense of the people at the bottom are generally going to have more than they deserve in a way that I don't think is fair for the human condition. So
but it also incentivizes work, though.
I think that this idea that you need to have that type of competitive system to incentivize productivity is wrong. And I think that actually the people who think that, it's my suspicion that maybe they work in that way. But if we look at the way populations respond to reductions in scarcity or the reduction of a need for work, we just don't see that. We see that most people, when gifted with boredom throughout the week because they aren't slaving for their wages, they tend to do really interesting and creative things. And people who retort in the way that you just did seem to be focusing on the 10 or 20% of people who become couch potatoes. And I'm actually trying to design a system where, like, it's okay that we have some couch potatoes. If you're a couch potato, fuck it, be a couch potato. The other 80% of people are going to make some beautiful art and start some new companies and develop some new technologies. It's just really closed-minded to say that if you don't have people competing to survive, that they won't, like, do anything productive. I don't think that that's true of the human condition. I don't see evidence for it. I see that if you give people more freedom and prosperity, if you get people's basic needs met, they become more productive outside of what's required for their job. They do interesting projects.
but people also don't respond well to overarching authority telling them to work. We need labor to work, right? So we're destroying in the country. We need legal immigration because we had institutionalized slavery that is shameful, but we're now getting rid of all of the immigrants, and now there's nobody that's going to work in the farms, and we don't have the robots.
So we have a challenge ahead of us, which is that, like, never mind what goes on with immigration. Like, you can look at that influence on the labor force. What's going to be a greater influence on the labor force is automation. We're already seeing that with AI just completely replacing the call center. We're already seeing that with robotics replacing a lot of manual labor that happens in factories and manufacturing facilities and shipping facilities. And that sort of thing is like top down. We can average the labor equation on Earth and go, great, the humans aren't having to do so much labor. We all dreamed when we were little kids of robots doing all the work for us. That's great. The problem is, in a capitalistic system, some asshole like Jeff Bezos is going to own all the robots, and instead of distributing the wealth that amount of prosperity that he controls, the amount of prosperity and wealth that brings him, he's not going to distribute that to the rest of society. So that bottom third are going to get fucked over. Maybe the bottom 2/3 are going to get fucked over. In fact, the more of the labor that is automated, the larger a percentage of the population that stands to be fucked over by the people who own that labor. And the communists call that labor the means of production. So we're running into this problem where we can look 50 years into the future and be like, there are a lot of jobs today that it would be surprising to not see a robot doing in 25 or 50 years. And we need an answer to the fact that that's going to fuck over almost everybody, regardless of, like, there's no amount of immigration that's going to fix that, or no amount of deporting anybody that's going to fix that without causing like a global humanitarian crisis. So that's a bigger problem than any current issue of immigration. And I think that the obvious solution is some sort of restriction on capitalism, where we say, you know what, Jeffrey Bezos, you're not allowed to own all of the means of production. I don't think that that's safe for humanity. And it's not just Jeffrey Bezos. It's like 1,000 to 10,000 people who are at the top in a country of 350 million. Automation is going to cause an incredible consolidation of productivity with those individuals. And if we don't regulate it in some such way to prevent that from starving everybody else out, I think that those billionaires literally will just watch the masses starve. They don't give a fuck.
Right. So restrictions on capitalism, not abolishing it, right? We already have restrictions on capitalism.
That's the thing. That's the thing. The communists tend to want to abolish capitalism, which I just don't think is reasonable. I don't think it's pragmatic. I don't think it's a good approach. I like to describe capitalism withering away over the next 100 years, because there's certain things that we just don't use capitalism for anymore. When was the last time you took out your wallet for the fire department? When was the last time you took out your wallet to send your kid to public school? Which, okay, yeah, maybe you have to buy some lunches or school soccer jersey or whatever the fuck it is. But like in general, it used to be expensive to get your kid well educated, which is why only the elite had their children educated, which is one of the ways that wealth and power was consolidated and kept in families, because people were able to offer those privileges to their progeny, and that kept the power and control within the family, because education is such a powerful thing among an uneducated population. So I can see a world where we can say maybe healthcare, maybe it's silly that people have to take their wallet out of the doctor's office. We should do that like we do the fire department. And that's just the next step. Maybe with all this automation, with all this increased productivity, we can have a government program where we make a bunch of really, really cheap housing where people can get like a prison cell type apartment, like a dorm room, for like either almost no money or just free. Like we could say, oh, your income's less than this, you have access to government housing. You can go and apply and get a room with a bathroom down the hall, and we'd have to pay somebody to, like, people always say the crime would be miserable in these buildings that I suggest should exist because of the people who would occupy them, which is totally true, which is one of the expenses. You'd have to have like some sort of management. Dorm rooms have RAs, right? We'd need something like that. Thanks for the hat and mustache. Portland's sending a lot of hat and mustache. But yeah, so I think that we can just, that'd be one way that we could take capitalistic control away from the real estate developer, away from the landlord. And we can just keep doing those things. And I can fast forward and be like 50 or 100 years from now, I'd love for people to be like, oh, that's funny. You have money? What do you use money for? Oh, you have an interesting hobby that's expensive and you need some money for that. Okay, cool. Like that would be kind of neat. So I think that it's always going to take capitalism to make an action movie, right? Like, I don't think that action movies should become a government program until everybody's belly is full, and that's going to take a while. I'd rather we fill hungry bellies elsewhere on the planet than do action movies with taxpayer money. So like I can, it comes back to that thing about how using capitalism for wants, but using communism or socialism or some other government structure for needs. And we're already on a path of doing that. I'm just saying that we should all unpucker our buttholes a little bit about whatever's next, because it's historically, it's always been good to add to the pile of things that we do socialistically, like the fire department.
Agreed, but the problem with it is that everything's deteriorating. Education, I disagree that it doesn't take money.
Sorry, to answer the user with a bunch of letters in the name, why not a normal apartment? Because normal apartments are more expensive than shitty apartments. The first round of this sort of program would be shittier than the second round, obviously. And in terms of covering somebody's basic needs, I think that it'd be better to house more people than to house fewer people more comfortably. So at the start, I'm picturing like cinder block dorm construction. Yes. Sorry, interruption, caller. That was just to respond to something in the chat.
No. The problem is that we've set up all of these systems and they're slowly deteriorating because of bureaucracy. And there's a lot of ideas on how government should do, but there's no accountability on oversight of the current systems that are there. We have the systems in place.
Very, very broad and vague what you just said. You said that they're deteriorating.
Let's deal with housing. I'm highly interested in housing. I'm an architect. I really care, but I worked for a modular company that builds exact Lego blocks that stack. And because there's so much control, a lot of it because there's, Citizens United and lobbying forces, capitalists who make a lot of money, it makes it very expensive for governments to do the thing that you want it to do. So for instance, in California, there's lots of government
hold on.
housing.
I'm not understanding. Like it sounds like you agree with me about the value of some such program. And you say that capitalism gets in the way.
Yes, because why does it cost?
Agree? That's the problem. Capitalism gets in the way of these sorts of programs. Capitalism got in the way of the fire department being the public good it could be. Yeah, Citizens United is bad. It gives too much power to the corporation, and the corporations don't want these sorts of programs to succeed. So yes, that's a problem. I agree.
But then you have people on the right, the Republicans that are, if you can even consider that there's well-intentioned Republicans that go, look, we should just sidestep all of this red tape and we can do our altruism outside of the government. And that's where you have the philanthropists. That's why you had
but we can't just trust individuals to do it. Like, that's not a good system. Like, what do I tell the poor person? Hey, some rich guy's going to give you a donation. Like, that's not.
Why can we trust the government and not an individual?
I think that if we make a rule, we can trust a government to follow a rule more than we can trust a population to follow a suggestion.
And who enforces that rule?
The government itself, the judicial branch. Well, the executive branch enforces the laws, and then, we have you know how the government works, right? Like, I'm not allowed to shoot you in the face. Who enforces that rule?
The cops that are the first gate in deciding whether they're even going to process that crime or not.
The legal system's not perfect. Like, obviously people get away with murder. Obviously our politicians get away with crimes. I want that addressed. But like, are you just saying that if we created such a system, people wouldn't follow it? Like, what's your actual complaint here?
That in order to push for a bigger government, because this is the classic, the dialogue has changed now between classic liberalism, classic conservatism, but the ideas are still the same, which is that Democrats want bigger government, and I think that there should be bigger government to tackle all of these problems, but you need to also look at the existing systems and fix them. And gain public trust on why there's a reason to increase that government, because
I gotta step away to use the restroom, so I'm gonna respond to that. I want to keep the conversation going. Jessie, could you take the mic for a second?
Yes.
Yammer to the chat. I've muted the guest. I'll be right back, everybody.
Oh, you yammer to the chat.
Yammer to whoever. Keep the airtime going.
Oh yeah,
I trust you.
Yep. Let's go to YouTube chat. Y'all are usually a little bit easier for me to talk to. Yeah, a lot of hate for caller. That's okay. I feel like this conversation is still really important to have, I can put producer cam up here and make myself bigger. There we go. Hi, it's me from the corner. This is what TikTok is seeing. YouTube, sorry. Can we drop the big/small government thing and go for effective government? OMG, decorate your space. Yeah, I do have like a fuck ton of posters to put up behind me, but unfortunately we haven't made it that far into the studio process. It looks like my mic is doing enough, so you guys should be able to hear me. And you're suddenly live. Yeah, just kind of getting bumped into it. I was eating breakfast. Someone said they don't think the mic is on. This is wonderful. This is going really well. I do live in the white void. But yeah, in regards to like yesterday's callers too, especially, like everybody was really against having platforming specific people because you're just here for like a MAGA like rage thing. And I don't think that's productive like 90% of the time. It's just like occasionally productive. So I feel like these calls are important and you should listen. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessie.
Please unexpand me. Thank you.
Yeah. Sorry for the sudden interruption, caller. The coffee made it through me faster than I expected.
Oh, good. No,
where were we?
Everything and anything. Feel free to cut me off. I don't know what your goals are for your brand. So
like I said, kind of in this call, like my criticism of a lot of people on the left, like the far left, is that they seem to think with certainty that their path to fixing politics in America is the right one. They think politics is broken. I think politics is broken. Sounds like you think politics is broken. Is that accurate to say? Maybe we've had
100%.
Okay, right. So they have this system where it's like, I'm going to do it this way and that's going to work. And I go, how the fuck are you telling me what's going to happen in 10 or 20, 30 years? Like, we don't know what the fuck is going to happen tomorrow. Like, these people who think they have clairvoyance about the future are ridiculous. So if you want a really assured way to make the path forward better, I don't think it's reasonable to sit here and be like, here's my system. I think this is what we should do, blah, 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 blah. I have like suggestions, like we should do some public housing. We should make fucking healthcare like a tax program. Like, but in terms of actually getting that to happen, I think the most important thing is to get more people to think reasonably, accurately, and empathetically about what's going on in the world. And that's something over which I actually do have control. And the leftists are like mad at me for not wagging my finger and being like, communism is the way. You have to agree that we're going to do this revolt and it's going to blah, 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 blah. No, I for one thing, people don't listen if you talk to them like that. If you tell somebody, if you start by saying everything you think about politics is wrong, you're just not going to you're not going to cover any ground with them. So even though I agree with the communists a lot, it's not like, I'm not trying to preach my more extreme ideas to my like less receptive callers. Like if a caller is a MAGA chud, like maybe let's talk about making politicians not rapists. Maybe that's where we start. maybe free healthcare is not like the best topic for me with that caller. But the communist is mad at me for not like trying to shove communism down the throat of somebody who like can barely get behind the idea that children should get a free lunch at school. So like, I think that just like raising that awareness is important. So when I decide whether or not to keep a caller on, like I probably won't, I'm not going to give you the whole episode like I gave that very bizarre caller yesterday, but I do think it's interesting to talk to somebody like you where you're on the same team in terms of what's going on right now. But it's actually a little hard for me to put my finger on what exactly is our disagreement about capitalism, because you seem to recognize that it rewards bad actors. You seem to recognize that it's at odds with the sort of progress that we can be excited about having had in the past, like a free fire department or compulsory free education until you're 18, these sorts of things that I consider quite a socialistic win. I think it's people listening to a conversation like this one that'll get people more likely to vote for a politician who is going to make politics less fucked up instead of more fucked up. At the end of the day, pragmatically, unless you want societal collapse, unless you want an actual revolt, that's all we can hope for, is just people voting for candidates who are less unreasonable, who are going to be better for us. And if you think that revolt is a good option, you have to convince me that the cost of the revolt is like there's going to be a really extreme cost to a revolt. There's going to be people who get left behind. There's going to be chaos. There's going to be a little bit of anarchy if the system doesn't work. And that's going to be costly, they think, for a short time so that we can build a better system. Whereas I think if we progressively improve the current system, it's going to stay bad like it is and slowly get better, which means the area under the curve of that, how bad is the government graph, will add up to a lot of suffering. I am not convinced that the suffering caused by a societal revolt is less than the suffering caused by fixing the system more progressively. I need to be convinced of that sort of thing. But I'm hoping that people who listen to conversations with me can just get kind of more up to speed on what the fuck is going on, so that as we keep trucking forward, just people make more reasonable decisions. Because in a democracy, that's the best we can do, is get people better educated.
Right. Well, don't you think that I mean, so you were a high school teacher. What did you think about the quality of a civics education in public school?
I worked at a private school most recently. So my students were privileged by a better education than most were getting. I did have a lot of concern about how poor they did at some basic skills, reading, writing, and math, because of the years they lost to COVID. Because I think it's fair to say that kids lost about 2 years of education to COVID, even though like lockdown was like 3/4 of a year or something like that for schools. The year after that was still just really bad in terms of like, it's hard to immediately go back to 100% productivity if you're coming off of a year where the curriculum kind of got fucked up, because now the curriculum that those kids were supposed to be learning that year is not going to be effective on them because they've missed the skills from the year prior. So that extends, farther into their education. And that's how you end up with 18-year-olds that have like middle school reading levels, which there had been a problem prior to COVID, but COVID really exacerbated it. And the quality of civics education is not nearly standardized enough. There's a lot of people who graduate high school not knowing what the three branches of the government are or what they do. And that's a fucking amazing failure of our education system.
Or even how their local government works. I mean,
Right.
Don't you think that the sentiment from MAGA, like the last guy, he voted for Trump because basically, the world's ending. And I feel like the same on the left is like, fuck it, what's the point? And I think that that's a big percentage of people that even have a political conversation. There's no rational discourse, right? So even somebody on the right that claims to be debating, Charlie Kirk, it was horrible that he was assassinated. And I think it was a tragedy on that point. He edited all of his stuff. He used crazy, he used disingenuous debating styles. And he's a martyr now. Here's what I haven't decided is whether it's going to be better to let it get worse. Does it need to get worse before it gets better?
You're getting into kind of like an accelerationist type thinking. Have you heard that term before?
No. I mean, I can guess.
There's some people who are rooting for Trump because they know that what he's doing is so fascistic and terrible that it will cause there to be some sort of major political collapse. Either the people will revolt or will like go into war. Like they want society to collapse. They want the banking system to collapse. They want the supply chains to collapse. And they, for some reason, think that from the ashes of that society will rise the phoenix of a better society. That's an accelerationist in a nutshell. So if you think it has to get bad before it gets worse, that's kind of saying that you're some type of an accelerationist in a nutshell. And that's like the sort of thing that we can look at. I'll go into teacher mode and I'll draw a couple of graphs and we have like, if we say that we have this graph of how bad society is, and this is the line where it's like, all right, we're like 50% bad, right? What the accelerationist thinks is that we can do this, where we have, let me get it in frame. We have some sort of extreme moment where there's a lot of badness, but then it goes back to something better. Whereas what the progressive wants is something more like this on the right, where things get a little bit better. And then it's the area under this curve. It's this region. I'm going to shade in here. It's this region of the curve. Which of those curves has a greater area underneath? How much room do I have to color in here? That's how much suffering is caused by each of these outcomes. The progressive thinks that this is better, and then the accelerationist or the person who wants like to revolt against the government thinks that this is better. And that's fundamentally the disagreement between me and somebody farther left than me, and between me and somebody who's an accelerationist. It has to get bad before it gets better. Of course, a lot of people think that the reason this is better is because this isn't going to happen at all. That's another reason that you could think this is not a good solution. But again, I just need to be shown that the area under the curve of the bad, worse before it gets better curve is actually less suffering than the progressive improvement curve. And I think that like my biggest direct, almost ad hominem attack against the farther left people who want the societal collapse, who want that like semi-acceleration, just perspective of it getting bad before it gets, getting worse before it gets better, is that they're such spoiled brats that they don't realize how bad, like up here, that's really bad. It's not fun to live for any amount of time up here. That's like the bottom of the HDI list. Bad. It's like Somalia bad. That's South Sudan bad. That's like these places where you'll get shot for walking down the street for doing fucking nothing. We have some murders in this country, like people, that happens to people, but like in general, these basic ideas of being secure in your effects and being able to go about your business without like fear of this sort of crime happening to you. I think that Americans are a little bit spoiled on that. I don't think we realize how good we have it, being tied 3 ways for 17th on the global list of countries that rank by Human Development Index, HDI. So yeah, it's like the graph I've never done the visual graph explanation, but like that's fundamentally the difference between the overthrow or like accelerationists and then the progressives. It's like actually like we're talking about progressively fixing that graph instead of dramatically fixing it.
Right. I mean, I would say that it just depends on the topic for me. I think that for some things, I think they're a little bit of a lost cause. I think for abortion, I think that we kind of have to let, the town burn a little bit, unfortunately. It's horrible.
On abortion?
Right. So there's no way that you're going to convince the pro-life movement that the path they're going down doesn't work.
I've successfully done it many times. It's actually one of the topics that I've been most successful in getting full concessions from people where they realize their perspective on abortion isn't reasonable and they become like pro-choice. That's happened a dozen times on this show. It's like, it's one of the only topics where, especially when I get a young caller who's just like kind of been drinking the Twitter tea, like 18 to 25-year-old callers, like they tend to have some really nonsensical Philbro thoughts on abortion, and I find that I'm pretty good at cutting through that. So I actually think that you're just wrong about the idea that you're not going to convince those people. I think that the religious zealots who are super anti-abortion because of their religion, and there's just nothing that's ever going to break through that, I don't actually think that they represent a large enough percentage of the population to be a continuing problem, and they actually represent an ever dwindling part of the population as that sort of religious fundamentalism becomes a little bit more rare in society generally, even if we do get to see that like the worst 5% of the religious zealots are becoming more vocal and unmasking to a degree about what they actually think society should be like. But no, I think you're wrong about the idea that zeitgeist I'm talking about. The zeitgeist is this German word that translates literally to time ghost, zeitgeist, which just has to do with like a less literal translation would be the spirit of the time, like the general attitudes of the time. The zeitgeist has changed such that it's pretty trashy to litter. Like we don't like. It's not as socially acceptable for a decent person to litter anymore. That's a change in the zeitgeist that's happened. And I actually think that we're capable of a really powerful change in the zeitgeist for a topic like abortion. I just think that the left hasn't paid enough attention to the zeitgeist, and the right has. And the right has leveraged media and the advent of social media, these new tools where we don't have our defenses up in the same way that in World War I, nobody knew what to do about chlorine gas, so it was able to be really effective for the monsters that wanted to use it. We're 100 years later, we have a new technology, which is the noxious gas that is the algorithm, and the bad guys are willing to use it in a totally horrible and disingenuous way, and we just don't have our defenses up to it against it yet. We haven't created guardrails against that yet, like we have with the use of like internationally banned means of combat, like chlorine gas, that sort of thing. So I think that it's not as hopeless as people think, that people are going to be this misguided. I think people like me have to get down in the fucking trenches though and explain this stuff to people.
I agree, but I think that you're a little bit naive on how hard that is going to be. For instance, so Dick Cheney was classic Republican and then changed his mind on gay rights because his daughter was gay, right? And then changed his mind. So it has to affect the lives of the people in power, and the people in power have been put in with
No, that's not. I think you're
extensive
completely.
influence from the pro-life movement.
I think you're completely wrong. I think because that's just it. It's the people in power have done a good job of adjusting the zeitgeist to suit their favor. They've convinced a bunch of people that Donald Trump's going to be a great president. Our current zeitgeist, way too much favor for Donald Trump in that zeitgeist. What I'm saying is that the people at the top will lose their power if we more reasonable members of society are able to leverage our own influence in a way that improves the zeitgeist such that the things that those powerful people are trying to do to the masses aren't effective anymore.
Yeah,
that's the solution here. Not any particular political ideology that somebody can preach about being the perfect way to run the government. No. Just making people impervious to bullshit is the best armor we can give the electorate.
Yeah, look. The bottom line is that we've been incredibly unlucky, right? Trump's in a second term. Biden, great guy, and if he had just held out for another couple of years in mental faculties, Harris would have been president.
Sure.
It was just unlucky, and maybe we'd be in a whole different situation. But it still comes to the fact that when Democrats are in power, look, Obama was far more centrist than people even understand. I think that
through a modern political lens, absolutely. He
Right.
felt pretty progressive in 2008 against the landscape of politics at the time. Now he's very close to center. Absolutely.
Right, but he was dropping bombs on innocent civilians back in the day, and everybody loved him because he was on our team.
And I think the criticisms of him for that are fair. Like, it's one of the areas where I agree with the people farther left than me that say that, particularly on the global stage, like the Democrats, the establishment Democrats, the non-hyper progressive Democrats are also quite fascistic in foreign policy, and I agree completely with that. I just think that we have two options for fixing that, and it's some sort of revolt, or it's just improving the zeitgeist so that people vote better. And I just don't. The thing that's so confusing to me about people who want the revolt is they say, people will never be able to vote ourselves out of this problem. And I'm like, yeah, but to get the public support needed for a revolt to go well, I think you need much more public support for that than you do just for voting for some less shitty candidates. You're acting as though the burden is greater to get people to vote for somebody reasonable than it is to get people to cooperate in overthrowing the government. And that to me just seems utterly nonsensical. I think that when we talk about protest movements needing 3 to 5% of the population to take to the streets on the same day for there's a trend in history where if you get 3 to 5% of the population to do that, just show up. No, I'm not talking about riots. I'm just talking about rallies and the March on Washington, that sort of thing. If you get 3 to 5% of the population to do that, it results in some kind of regime change generally. But that's 3 to 5%, whereas the type of cooperation you'd need from society in order for there to be some revolt that actually ended with a better system than you started, I think you need a lot more than 3 to 5%. And I'm in a situation where I'm if I could get 10% of the population to be more reasonable, just generally, just better at recognizing a bad argument when they see one, better at recognizing a bad source when they see one, that is much less to ask than for people to fucking revolt against the government. And I think that can do a lot. It's just the Republicans have been doing a better job of using disingenuous tactics and money to control what people believe, because people don't realize that people don't even think about how they come to believe things. People don't think about their own epistemology. They don't realize that it's you just scroll on Facebook and get told this over and over and over again. You believe it, but half of the population thinks you're wrong about that. Half you thinks you're right, and the only reason you think that you're on the right side is because your Facebook feed told you so. It may as well be a religion you were born into. Whereas if you teach people the sorts of skills that you need to be impervious to that sort of thing, people will come to more reasonable positions, and they don't have to agree with me on everything, which is why I don't trash on other political streamers that don't agree with me about everything. If you agree fundamentally about what a good source is and maybe what a good logical reasonable argument is, and you have some basic rules for empathy, that's the stuff that we want to have spread like wildfire in society through content like the content that I create. If I had some really hyper niche political perspective that I was trying to preach, like the Oskar Quentin school of thought, where everybody has to think the way that I do, I'd appeal to 1% of the population, and that'd be great. We'd all enjoy smelling my farts, but that's not what I'm about. I'm just trying to make the average person more reasonable, and sometimes that means talking to a chud about something very basic, like the fact that a civil litigation for sexual assault should, just in your mind, disqualify a person from getting your vote. That's reasonable, I think. But such a person that I spend time talking about that with is not going to be interested in talking to me about UBI. Maybe they will maybe 4 months after I convince them that Donald Trump's a rapist and shouldn't be in the office. Then I can talk to them about UBI. And that's happened on this show. We have regular callers who call in once or twice a week for months at a time, and people get to watch in agonizingly slow real time them deconstruct away from these hyper nonsensical perspectives that they've been given by their feed or by their family or by the culture of the small town that they live in. It's been really rewarding to see that happen for people, which is why I'm so excited that I get to do this as my full-time job. Because a lot of people wake up every day and they go, what the fuck do I do about what's happening? What the fuck do I do about politics? What the fuck do I do about Trump taking over the country? What the fuck do I do about ICE detaining my neighbors? And I sat with my hands in my pockets for a little while. I chased some ICE agents around Minneapolis when Metro Surge was happening, got some content out about that, but I still felt very like, what do we do about this? Whereas now I have the privilege of waking up in the morning and knowing exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to go and sit in this chair for 4 hours, and I'm going to adjust the zeitgeist. I'm going to try to shift that Overton window to the left, regardless of where whoever I'm talking to sits on that spectrum. At this moment, I happen to be talking to somebody who's pretty close to center, which is not usually what I do, which is why I've given you more airtime than I might otherwise, given how little we disagree about.
No, it sounds like a great job. More power to you. I think that I hope you're right, because I think that, look, it takes a lot of time to change minds one to one on critical thought. But I think that most people respond to emotion. I also have it. It takes so much time that that it feels like a waste of time unless it's a job. So, but what I found that it's almost a sport for me that I like to talk to conservatives and switch them as well. I like to, be like that guy that was friends with the Ku Klux Klan members and gets the hoods, right? Like, I've done it. You can do it. And the way that I do it is by empathizing with them in their situation, understanding where they're coming from, and have them understand where I'm coming from. And then I can open the door. But until you do that, it's all emotion. It's all emotion. And I think that the critical thought angle, it has a limited amount of give to it. Like, it constantly turns to manipulating to get what you want instead of having...
and my regular viewers know this, and you started the call by saying that you found me on Facebook and you've come in. You probably have you watched much of like the full program, like the VODs or the live shows? Go ahead.
I've seen a couple shows.
Yeah, because there's something about the show that I offer that doesn't really package into the clips, because the clips just serve as advertisements for people to come watch the real show. I'm actually working on getting more conversions from Instagram and Facebook to YouTube. I'm experimenting with posting stories where it's like, hey, look at this moment. It's from this episode. Click this link and go watch the whole episode. And that's, I can be straightforward and say that it's people watching the live show or the VOD on YouTube that's more profitable. So that's good for the growth of the thing we're doing here, but also it lets people see that a lot of these hyper intense moments that get packaged into a short that gets 1 million views don't really advertise exactly the way I run the show, which is that I give exactly what I get. I generally will speak to somebody with a tone that's appropriate for the way that they've navigated the conversation. And there's one thing that, if you didn't speak English, you'd watch me and think that I'm being hard on somebody, because I'm raising that tone. I'm raising the kind of raising the temperature of the show a little bit when a person is maybe speaking calmly the way that you are. Because if I detect that they're doing one of those disingenuous things, I will call them on it, and I will start being mean to them, and I will start,
yeah, it's great.
I will pull out some of the stops, because I do think that it is a failure of the left to let it slide when somebody does something utterly disingenuous, like answering a yes or no question by saying, well, here's an explanation of some related subject matters that lead me to think that that's a very interesting question. No, yes or no. Yeah, no, I believe that you should have a yes or no answer to that question. I'll ask it 40 fucking times in a row. When I start getting snippy with people like that, it's because I think one of the things we need to teach people is that you need to stand your fucking ground if somebody gives you some fucking nonsense. And we can teach people how to do that in a way that's empathetic and honest and still direct. And I think I do that with this show, because I can have a polite conversation with somebody and say, I'm sorry, I need to stop you right there and push back very, very hard, because I think you just did something that was a little bit disingenuous. And that teaches people to be assertive in that way in their life, because we have to be assertive when we detect that somebody's doing something that is dishonest in that way. And I think that a lot of people on the left, broad generalization here, I think people on the left are more polite than people on the right. People can say that they think that's wrong, but it's been my impression even before I started doing this professionally.
I'd agree with that.
I think it's we're sometimes polite to a fault on the left, where we're not willing to do the socially uncomfortable thing of calling bullshit when we see it. And I think I'm just teaching people that, like, no, the bullshit should be the socially unacceptable part, not the answering to it. That's a big mistake in the way manners work in our society, is that you can say something that's dishonest and shitty, but you can say it with a polite tone, and the person who calls you on it is the one who has raised the temperature of the room. No. Don't let somebody raise the temperature of the room without raising their voice. Don't let them get away with it.
It's easier to do when you are on the internet for a radio show. It's
well, and a lot of my callers tell me that I wouldn't speak this way to them if I was there in person, and I'm say, hey, August 22nd, City Hall, Minneapolis, come say hi to me this Saturday, right? I'll be there. People know where to find me. I will behave this way in real life, and I do. And there's, a degree to which I'm not in like show mode all the time in my real life. I have on numerous occasions, I've had people who know me as acquaintances in the bars I perform in want to have some type of political conversation with me while I'm like sitting and having a beer with my friends, and I basically just said like, hey man, I'm not on the clock. Leave me alone. Like, I'm hanging out with my friends. I'm not interested in getting into this. Call into my show. Like, I've said that to people just to like get a little bit of like space from this in my personal life. But in a conversation, even with a friend, if they say something that I think is nonsense, I'll be like, I'm sorry, you believed some shit Twitter bullshit. That's do you know that that's bullshit? It's bullshit what you just said to me. Like, I've said that in person to people, and I think we need to start doing that. We need to just not fucking let it slide.
Yeah, look, I have a few key friends where I can do that, and I've got to that level, but I have a lot of other friends where if that comes up and I call them on their shit, then they don't know how to react to that, and I'm dismissed as thinking that I'm a Republican. It's like, well, how do you not think that way? It's like, if I tease any sort of issue and go deeper on anything on the left, then I'm looked at as a conservative. And now, like, that social circle starts to wither, because then word gets around to like, hey, this guy's angry, and this guy, know what I mean?
It requires legitimate tact. There's a genuine skill to picking the right tone and the right approach to a particular thing. And oftentimes there's so many different directions you could take a conversation that there's going to be value in a bunch of them, and you do just have to triage, because time is one dimensional, and just pick a direction and take it. So, it's those are real concerns about how difficult it is to navigate this sort of thing. But I believe that the content I'm creating does educate people on how to navigate that better. And that's the closest thing to class solidarity we're going to get in this climate, is just people being less impervious to the disingenuous tactics that are being used on the right. With that, I think I'm going to try to find somebody on the right to talk to.
Thanks for the conversation.
Appreciate your time, Billy Bob. I don't think his name was Billy Bob. I think that was a burner account, but I do think it was an interesting conversation. So I usually try to start the shows with a higher temperature call, just for the sake of, pleasing the algorithmic gods or whatever. So get double tapping away on the screen over on TikTok, and make sure you're following the backup accounts in case I get banned for something. David went to the link tree in my bio. This is a new David. We have a bunch of David donors. He's got a last name I haven't seen before. So David went to the link tree in the bio, and he found the Venmo, Cash App, Buy Me a Coffee, or Patreon that you can use to support the show. He found my Venmo, sent me $20 on there, said more kids with my wife if we didn't have to work so much to support ourselves. If we had basic needs met, I'd put my labor towards raising more kids. Is fulfilling biological purpose considered productive? Well, in a conversation about needing to potentially address the fact that the birth rate is going to fall as we become more prosperous, I think that you'd be contributing well if you got to do that. And it's a shame that you don't. I'd like to build a society in which you do, because some people are going to want to do that, and some people are going to want to make good music or cool movies or new medicines or whatever people are going to do. And I'm excited for that. Hi-Fi Mike sent $2 on your YouTube super chat to say, what's Jessie's platform for her mayoral run? Jessie, what's the primary platform for your run for mayor of Minnesota?
Call-in line. The
call-in line? That's you want the show to have a call-in line? That's what you're platforming on?
Yes.
Good. Yeah, make sure to interact with call line 001 in the chat. That's our burner account that we're going to use to get phone numbers piped in, because that's working. We fixed it. We got all the technology done. It's set up. We just gotta get our burner accounts live privileges. So make sure that you you show the TikTok algorithm that call in line 001 is like super chill account that should have live privileges. Without further ado, I should check the other means of pay. Let's see. Nothing from Lucky Phil. Did I miss anything on Cash App? I don't think I did. I was watching. Oh, I did. Callie sent $5 to say, I'm a liberal. Licks boot. Yeah. Lisa sent $5 to say, sell your daily sign with the staff and your signature. We're doing merch soon. And the plan is for everybody who buys a t-shirt to get one of the signs. Because they're not here. They're back at Studio A. But I do have like an inch thick stack of every paper sign that's ever been on the show. So the way we're gonna encourage people to buy the merch by saying you will get one of the show signs, which are, by the way, all handwritten by me with a big Sharpie.
Except for that one.
Except for one? What do you mean? Did you do one?
Yeah, I remember the first misspelling incident.
Oh yeah. One of them's Jessie's, but
I think you redid it though. I think you're like, oh man, this sucks.
Yeah, it was shitty. Though, if you look back at the first episodes of the show, the first streams I did, they were all shitty. I've gotten better at it. But yeah, the font is kind of one of the show's signatures. I just like the idea of having physical signage in the room instead of like there's nothing superimposed on the screen right now. On the YouTube chat, there's the TikTok chat on the right hand screen, but this is all in camera, and I just love. I don't know. I didn't want to just like put a bunch of ugly like fucking MS Paint text on the screen. So when we get the call-in number, that's going to be like yet another. I'll probably put it up here or something. Maybe like maybe right about here, so that it's at the top of the screen on YouTube, or maybe down here. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But yeah, I'm going to hold on to not doing any visual effects for the show for as long as possible, even if it gets like complicated. I want it to be. That's why it's like fun for me to do this, like just to actually like show it, do it the way I would do it in the classroom. Thank you, Lance, for the $5 on YouTube Super Chat. He said, I was getting exposed to a lot of accelerationism from content creators before watching your channel. Thanks for bringing me back to ground level. Yeah, first of all, glad to have you back down on the ground. That's good. But people just don't even realize that their algorithm is serving them a totally warped perspective. If somebody, this is something I call my friends on. This is a way in which I push the zeitgeist in the right direction, is that when my friends say, oh, this is really big on TikTok, I have a rule that when somebody tells me, you haven't seen this is really big on Instagram, I immediately say, hey, I just got to point out something you don't seem to understand about social media. It's big on your Instagram. Instagram has figured out that you're interested in this topic, and it's making you feel like everybody's posting videos about it, but it's just serving you the accounts of the people who are posting videos about it. I haven't heard this story, and I'm on social media professionally. So like, I just point that out to people where it's like, if you think that something's a big deal because it's all over TikTok, you're drinking the Kool-Aid. Even if it is important, even if it isn't a story that's worthy of your attention. It's no shade to the content itself. It's just, if you're using your own algorithm as a litmus test for what's important in the world, you are a sheep. Full stop. Even if you're right, even if the thing you're concerned about, like even if your algorithm is only serving you Oskar Quentin videos, so you're developing a really reasonable worldview, you're still a sheep if you're letting your algorithm do that to you. Don't do that. Be a freer agent than that. That's important. We're going to talk to CJ08, and we're going to see if he's a free agent who has a reasonable worldview. For the sake of the show, I hope he's not. Hello, how old are you? Hello? Do you know you're on the show? Can you hear me? Hello?
Sorry,
Oh, just as I connected. Get back in the queue if you want to be on the show, if you meant to be in. I had already hit the button when I heard your voice. We're going to talk to putubakinchains, or however this is pronounced. Hello, how old are you?
What's up, man? How you doing? Where you been?
Doing all right. How old are you?
You gotta change of scenery, dude.
Do answer the question. How old are you?
Oh, 40, man.
Okay. Yes, change of scenery. We're now in Studio B.
Wait, what is the studio? Is it still your same place?
Nope, different site.
Oh, nice. So now you got an apartment and a studio? Look at you, dude. You're moving on up.
Mm-hmm.
You don't remember me, huh?
Is this el.chico.tech.edu?
Yeah. What's up, bro? How you been?
been all right. You do sound a little different, but yeah. What's you okay? For the background, you were soft banned. I think maybe one of my mods banned your account just because you were like too busy in the chat or something. But you were kind of soft banned from the show for being non-productive.
Non-productive. Okay.
Yeah. So here, now that you're back, and I'm, thank you for identifying yourself instead of just trying to sneak past the ban. Why do you think I should unban you?
Why should I? I mean, do I need to ask for your? I mean, I'm not gonna beg you. I'm just talking to you like a person, dude. Like, chill out, dude.
Yeah, but I forget exactly the topic it was, but I banned you from the show for not being productive because
you got in your emotions and you just block me. That's it. It's just that simple.
No, I don't think it is that simple. I think that you and I have had like lots of long, deep conversations, and I got to know you really well. Like, you're one of the callers who I have like a clearer picture of what your life is like and who you are than a lot of my other regular callers. And it was through that process of learning about you that I began to see a shift happen in our calls where you would be really stubborn and difficult about a topic, and I could tell the moment you realized you were wrong, and then from there you'd start behaving disingenuously and pretending that I hadn't convinced you, and you'd start saying things that made even less sense than previously in the call. And when you started doing that, I thought, okay, it's already pulling teeth to get him to understand what I'm trying to tell him, and once he does understand it, he starts being disingenuous. This is just not a good use of my showtime. That's why I banned you.
No, you just don't like to reason with individuals and don't like to see
the viewership it's been a month or two since you were banned. I've got mostly new viewership just because of the way the show works. There's probably actually, let's poll the chat. I'm curious. Give me a yes if you remember this caller, and give me a no if you don't. I'm genuinely curious. I'm gonna open the YouTube chat too, and I'm pretty
famous in the liberal world. A lot of people don't like my opinions, which is kind of weird.
No, see, look at that. Everybody's new over on TikTok. These people don't know who you are. Yeah, I'm not seeing any yeses. The mods know who you are. Emily says this guy is dog shit. She knows who you are.
So are you losing viewers and just getting new ones and they just cycle through? What's going on with that?
Well, so every day, only about 10 or 20% of the people who are watching the show are people who watch it pretty much every day. The rest is just a random assortment of people who maybe watch one a week, or maybe they're brand new, but there is quite a bit of viewership turnover.
You're doing good, man.
I make 28 hours of this show every week. It'd be pretty remarkable.
28 hours?
4 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Oh, I mean, that's not a bad gig, man.
It'd be pretty remarkable. I mean, it's just rare for a person to be able to take in that much of one person's content. So I'm not surprised that only 10 or 20% of my viewership are dedicated like that. But most people watching don't know who you are. So they've heard my description of you. You disagree with it. But I will today give you another chance. What do you want to talk about?
Hey, let's talk about Eric Swalwell. Did you see the documents that came out the other day in regards to him and his Chinese spy?
No.
The girl he was banging out. The chick was manipulating him, man, and he was a sitting congressman. And actually, the crazy thing about it is that the FBI was investigating.
Excuse me.
Wait, hold on. Let me finish the full scope of my topic. So Eric Swalwell, apparently, as a sitting congressman, was being investigated for that Chinese spy because he was being, manipulated by her. And the FBI swept it under the rug. Why would the FBI do that?
Okay, this is a new story from like 12 hours ago. So, and like there's like updates about it from like 40 minutes ago. I'm looking at it right now. So if what it's saying is that, ABC7 from the Bay Area says new FBI files reveal former Representative Eric Swalwell admitted relationship with suspected Chinese operative Christine. And then it goes on. That's where the title ends. Very quick question. Did he know that this person was a Chinese operative when he had his relationship?
He knew.
Okay.
Yeah, he knew.
That's very bad. I'm very glad that he's...
Because even the FBI read him in. Yeah. The FBI brought him in. He was like, hey, man, this girl is a fucking spy.
Okay. He's already backed out of his race for sexual allegations, and that's a good thing because we don't, on the left, don't want people who've done bad sex crimes or sexual assaults or like sexual harassment, that sort of thing. It too. We're going to stay on Eric Swalwell. You brought me Eric Swalwell. No,
but Nancy Pelosi, a lot of people knew, but they covered it up. That's what you don't understand.
We're going to just see how I was talking about a couple details of this and you just moved on to something else. I just need to understand why you're bringing me this topic. Eric Swalwell has already been ousted by the left. We don't like him. We don't claim him. He's not running. He backed out of a race that he had a chance to win. We gave up a seat. When I talk about winning back a majority for the Democrats in November in the legislative branch, which is the outcome I really care about in the 2026 midterms, I was willing to give up a seat because I wanted him to leave his post or leave his campaign because of his sexual allegations. So that already happened. So he's like already out of the news cycle. So if he did something else bad, I'm not surprised that the guy who has serious sexual abuse allegations against him also did something else bad that seems to involve him putting his horniness over his love for his country because he had a relationship with a Chinese operative. So yeah, we already fucking ejected the guy. What's your point?
Yeah, but my question to you is, why was he protected? Because it protected him against
right.
his.
If you say that he was, protected
him against his Chinese spy,
I need a source. I need a source for that claim. What do I type into Google?
So when did the FBI find out that?
To be perfectly clear, to be perfectly clear, I want to just make sure everybody knows where we are in the conversation. Swalwell's a piece of shit. We have ejected him. I'm not going to defend him. You are saying that you are saying. Do you really think that it sounds like I'm defending him?
Well, I'm asking you a simple question: is why did the Democrat Party protect Eric Swalwell?
Okay, so that's what I was about to say, which is that if there are other Democrats who protected him, I'm very interested to know that because they shouldn't do that. So I want a source. I want proof of that because I don't need to be told that I don't need a source for Eric Swalwell being a piece of shit because I already knew that he was. I was already sure enough that he was. So this Pelosi claim. Yeah. Let's look at it. Yeah. What do I Google? What words do I type into Google to be proven?
Well, Nancy Pelosi was, the Speaker of the House. They went to her
Chico.
And told her, "Hey,
what Chico?
I'm
Chico.
telling you. I'm telling you."
No, the question was, what words do I type into Google in order to find out your claims about Nancy Pelosi? I'm not sure exactly what it is you're claiming she did, but what do I type in to find this?
FBI informs Nancy Pelosi in regards to Eric Swalwell, Chinese spy.
FBI informs Nancy Pelosi. What was the rest of it?
About Eric Swalwell's Chinese spy.
Swalwell's Chinese spy. All right, I've typed that in word for word.
You didn't find anything?
Well, I'm looking right now. I just searched it.
You go back down. Go back up. You just missed the
I don't read AI I don't read AI blurbs to the audience. You know that.
Oh. No, I didn't know that, but I mean, it's simple. You just and the AI gives you the sources.
No, that's not right.
Okay.
It's very, very foolish to trust AI, particularly for these sorts of novel things.
FBI briefed Pelosi and McCarthy on Rep. Swalwell's ties to 2020. Wow.
Yeah, this is old. Okay, so do you want to look at this first one from NPR? Is that the source you want to look at?
Sure.
Okay, let's see what this says.
When did you find out that Eric Swalwell was sleeping with a Chinese spy? Was it
like 3 minutes ago?
Oh wow! So 2020, you didn't find out about it because I knew about it. 2020.
I did. Okay, so we're gonna read this and we're gonna see what it says and we're gonna see if it backs up your claim and we're gonna see if it's very embarrassing for me that I didn't know about this and maybe it will be because I'm okay having egg on my face on the show. It happens. Let's read what this article says.
I commend you for that, bro. I appreciate that.
Yep, it's good faith, and I'm actually working so hard to make such a good faith demonstration of this. I am. Let's see how long this article is. Oh, is it this? Okay, it's not that long. I'm gonna speed read most of this. If there's a point where we need to stop and address it, we can do that.
Go ahead,
Leaders in the U.S. House of Representatives received an FBI briefing regarding Representative Eric Swalwell's ties to a suspected Chinese spy, as a report of his association with the woman prompted Republicans to call for the California Democrats' removal from his position on the House Intelligence Committee. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, Democrat from California, and Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy, a Republican from California, were briefed on Friday. McCarthy said he requested the meeting. Speaking to the reporters after the meeting, McCarthy said the briefing only raised more questions. One thing that was fundamentally answered: he should not be on Intel. McCarthy is one of several prominent Republicans to call for Swalwell's removal from the high-powered committee following a report from Axios that Swalwell and other California politicians had for years been targeted for information by a suspected Chinese spy. Axios reports that U.S. officials do not believe that Swalwell or others gave the woman classified information. I'm just going to read this last sentence again. Axios reports that U.S. officials do not believe that Swalwell or other guests or others gave the woman classified information. Moving on. The top House leaders, Pelosi and McCarthy, decided which lawmakers get appointed to the Intelligence Committee, calling China, quote, an adversary in many shapes and many forms. end quote. McCarthy said, quote, "There are definitely 200 other Democrats that I know could fill that place long before this individual should be serving." He's saying people who could take Swalwell's spot who'd be better. He did not elaborate beyond that. A spokeswoman for Swalwell's office did not return a request for comment regarding the FBI briefing and McCarthy's remarks. The FBI declined to comment as well. Pelosi did not comment after Friday's meeting. Asked about the matter last week, she said that the leadership of the House and the Intelligence Committee were informed in 2015 that overtures from a Chinese person were being made to members of Congress, but that communication ended once they were aware. "I don't have any concern about Mr. Swalwell," Pelosi said. In an interview with CNN earlier this week, Swalwell said he was shocked to learn of the individual's ties back then. "Just over 6 years ago, I was told about this individual, and then I offered to help, and I did help. I was thanked by the FBI for my help," he said. That's a quote from Swalwell saying that when he found out that this person was a Chinese informant, he gave the information he had to the FBI. Sounds like what I would do if I found out I'd been associating with a person who was a Chinese informant. Quote, "I was a little surprised to read about my cooperation in that Axios story because the story says that there was never a suspicion of wrongdoing on my part and all I did was cooperate." Swalwell pointed to his work on President Trump's impeachment as a possible motive for the leaked information. "If this is a country where people who criticize the president are going to have law enforcement information weaponized against them, that's not a country that any of us want to live in, and I hope that it is investigated as to who leaked this information," he told the network. Since the news broke early last week, Republicans have sharply criticized Swalwell for having allegedly fallen victim to a spy operation, and some have gone so far as to call for his resignation from Congress. In a White House briefing earlier this week, Press Secretary Kayleigh McEnany said about Swalwell, after entangling with this guy for years, Swalwell hypocritically went on to be one of the lead investigators of the Russia collusion hoax and the impeachment sham. Okay, so having read this, it looks like this was a big blunder, his connection to this person. But the question that I asked you before we read the article, el.chico.tech.edu, was his association with this person during a time where he knew that they were a Chinese spy, and you said yes. That was the claim we were trying to understand.
Yeah.
Does the article say that he knew, or was this years earlier and when he found out he turned them in? Like he turned his information over to the FBI?
I mean, what would you think when a individual is like grabbing other Chinese individuals and putting them in
other Chinese individuals? What are you talking about?
Yeah, so other Chinese like students. So this is the gig. This is what was going on, man. What she was doing.
Hold on. My question immediately when I learned about this was: did he knowingly associate with a Chinese spy?
I'm pretty sure he had a clue. He was just playing stupid.
Okay, so I'm just going to ask you again for a source that shows me that Swalwell knew that he was associating with a Chinese spy and that Pelosi knew that he was doing that and that any of them were okay with that. Because what I need to see is a Democrat, or anybody for that matter, but your claim is it's the Democrats doing it.
Well,
I need to see a Democrat knowingly defending somebody's relationship with a Chinese spy. Sounds like he had a relationship with a Chinese spy, found out that she was a Chinese spy, and gave all his information to the FBI to like help them investigate her. That doesn't sound to me like the claim that you made. And I'm not even defending the guy because I said at the beginning, fuck Eric Swalwell. I'm glad he dropped out.
But I mean, you know his character, so why wouldn't you think he didn't know? Especially
I said before reading the article that I'm not surprised that somebody who has... Listen, I said before we read the article, I said I would not be surprised if a person who has sexual abuse allegations would let their horniness get in the way of their better reasoning when potentially dealing with somebody who's an informant. I think if I was a Chinese informant, I might go after some of the horny dumbasses in the government and try to seduce them into releasing information. So if that happened, that's very bad. Once again, not defending Eric Swalwell, but your claim is that the Democrats like covered this up or were okay with it or something like that, and that's just not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm seeing in the article. We just read it together.
You didn't know. You didn't know about Eric Swalwell and his Chinese spy.
I don't know about. Yeah, great. You knew a thing that I didn't. Did Nancy Pelosi?
The media covered it, right?
What is your claim? What is it that you're claiming that the Democrats did that was bad?
They didn't investigate him and they didn't make a big commotion.
But they did. They did. We just read an article about the commotion that was created about this.
Did they do a hearing, like an 8-hour hearing on Eric?
I don't know how many. You're sea lining because I don't know how many hours the hearing was. But yes, this article referred to a hearing. We just read the article. They had an intelligence
or FBI investigation.
There were they had the House Intelligence Committee the House Intelligence Committee investigated it, which is the appropriate action for a situation like this.
Yeah, but did we have a public hearing? Like, did we embarrass him like they embarrassed Donald Trump?
Dude, that wasn't the question I asked. Should that have
But they do
happened?
that.
Like maybe, but like I
It
mean,
didn't happen, right? It didn't happen.
hold on. Was it public? Hold on.
It
Swalwell,
wasn't public,
House
dude.
Intelligence Committee, Chinese spy. I'm just gonna search that, and I'm actually just gonna like go to
I don't think it was
videos.
public. Yeah.
Let's see.
That's why you don't know about it, because I don't think it was that publicized.
We just read a news article from about it from 6 years ago.
You didn't know about that article until I mentioned it to you, until we
That
found it. Right
whether
now.
or not I knew about it doesn't affect whether or not Nancy Pelosi knew about it. What is your claim, el.chico.tech.edu? What are you
Nancy
trying to
Pelosi
argue to
knew.
me?
Nancy
Okay.
Pelosi has better intelligence than you do.
Nancy
You don't think
Pelosi-
she fucking
okay.
knew?
Nancy, according to this article, that when Nancy Pelosi and Swalwell found out, they went to the FBI about it.
They went to the FBI, or the FBI went to them?
They provided their information to the FBI. It sounds like the FBI are the ones that.
After the FBI went to them.
Your
correct?
claim is that they did this knowingly, and you don't have evidence of that. You are just assuming it. Why are you
They
assuming
only
that?
covered it up because we didn't have a hearing, we didn't have an investigation,
Okay.
we didn't have
There
hours and
was an
hours of
investigation.
news
The
media.
House Intelligence Committee is the committee whose job it is to investigate these sorts of problems. You are lying through your teeth when you say
Do
that
you
it wasn't
think this is a
investigated.
sensitive matter? A Chinese spy sleeping with a sitting member
Answer
of Congress?
the
And
question,
then not
El
only that-
Chico.
Not only that,
el.chico.tech.edu. Answer
only
the
that-
question. Answer the question. Why do you believe that any Democrats knowingly allowed this relationship to happen?
because they didn't do anything about it. That's
They
why.
did when they found out, according to the article that we just read together.
So did we have public hearings, and did they investigate Swalwell, and did they find out really?
Hold on.
what
Stop talking
information-
for a second, el.chico.tech.edu. I got a question for the chat. I accused el.chico.tech.edu. I told him the reason that I banned him is because he would bring me something, and that I would believe that he was genuinely in some belief about it, and then we would look at it together, and the moment he realized I was probably right, and that he doesn't have good evidence to believe, then he starts being disingenuous and just steamrolling or like ignoring my questions or like all these things we're watching him do now. Given the way that he's behaved in the 17 minutes he's been connected to the show, yes or no in the chat, do you think I was accurate in my description of his behavior on the show and the reason for which I banned him? Not asking if I should ban him again. I'm just asking if you think that I was right about what I said. Yes or no in the chat. Just give me a yes or no. We're getting lots of reinstate the ban, disingenuous, valid ban, accurate. Yeah, let's see. And I always got to watch for voter fraud, but I'm not even seeing any no's.
Chico's not an intelligent person. Okay.
You're claiming you're okay. Like what I asked you for the Google search terms to search to find the claim that he knew that he was talking to a spy, or Pelosi knew he was talking to a spy and was okay with it. We Googled your search term and looked at the first result. We read the entire article to everybody, and it didn't say that that's what happened. It said that he had this relationship unknowingly with a Chinese spy. And then when he found out that it was a Chinese spy, he immediately turned all the information he had over to the FBI. That's not what you said happened.
Do we want to keep investigated?
That's a different question than me interrogating you. You are asserting that something happened that it would be really bad, which would be Nancy Pelosi being like, oh yeah, Swalwell's banging that Chinese spy. I don't care. That's a big, hefty claim, and I need you to back it up. And that just isn't what this article says happened.
He was banging her out. No, he was banging her out. That was a fact.
That, yes, he was. He was not doing it knowingly. Nancy Pelosi did not know that that was happening and refused to interfere with it. That's just not what this article says happened.
So should Swalwell been investigated for sleeping with this Chinese spy?
Sounds like he was.
Did we have hearings like day after day, like kind of like Donald Trump? Okay, how about this? Was the standard done like the Donald Trump standard? Let's put it that way.
The Donald Trump standard? What do you mean the Donald Trump standard?
Yeah, so did Eric Swalwell get treated like the Donald Trump standard?
Okay, I'm not going to move past this question that you have not answered. Why do you think he knew that she was a Chinese spy? What has convinced you of that?
Because he was sleeping with her. He was receiving her money. He was actually receiving...
Yeah, he's a sex pest. That's why he has been ousted from politics. That's why we don't like him.
He was receiving money from her, dude. Like, she will gather individuals and gather money and give it to Eric Swalwell while he was
claim.
her out.
That's a claim. What do I Google to find out that happened?
The report that came out yesterday.
What words do I Google?
Well, look into the report. Eric Swalwell's Chinese spy was collecting donor money for Eric Swalwell.
Okay. Chinese spy, what was it, donor money?
Yeah, donor money.
Okay. This is I hope you don't fault me from not having heard about this thing that happened yesterday, but
Why'd you remove it?
sorry, I didnn't mean to.
Okay. That was a honeypot. That's what it was called, a honeypot.
That's one word for that. Okay, do you want to read this New York Post article?
Someone muted me. It's up to you. Go ahead.
Don't. That was probably a mistake. Don't mute the caller.
It's because of my roosters. I'm sorry.
That's okay. A 3-year FBI probe into then Representative Eric Swalwell determined suspected Chinese spy Fang Fang helped solicit illegal campaign donations, but the investigation was dropped for national security reasons, according to the Bureau files released by the White House Monday. Let's get this bigger so everybody can see it. An undercover operation targeted the California Democrat between May of 2014 and May of 2017, following a tip that internships in Congressman Eric Swalwell's office were promised in exchange for campaign contributions, according to a June 10, 2014 FBI memo. Internships in Congressman Eric Swalwell's offices were promised in exchange for campaign contributions. So what's going on is that this person got an internship with him for making a campaign contribution. That, to me, sounds like corrupt behavior from Swalwell, I will admit, clearly. As part of the scheme to purchase internships, campaign contributions were conduited through third parties to mask the true identity of donor, and in some cases made by foreign nationals in violation of federal criminal law, noted the memo. I want to ask you a question about this paragraph that I just read, el.chico.tech.edu. When it says that these donations were conduited through third parties to mask the true identity of the donor, do you think...
they were laundering money. That's what that means.
Okay, that was my question. Do you, from this paragraph, I was going to say, if you think that it's Swalwell orchestrating that happening, where does it say that?
Well, no, it was the Chinese spy doing it, but Swalwell wasn't he wasn't doing his due diligence and
he's the victim and he failed to realize that this is happening to him. Again, I'm not trying to defend the guy. I'm just saying you need to read what it actually fucking says, dude. Like, it doesn't say that
he. Like you are.
The FBI agents conducted
defending him.
I'm just trying to read to you this article and make sure you understand what it says. How is that defending him?
Yeah, I know how to read.
How is it defending him?
You read it.
How is it defending him to read this article to you and try to make sure you understand what it actually says?
We have a sitting member in Congress and the intelligence.
How is it defending Eric Swalwell for me to read you this article and make sure that you understand what it says and that you aren't inventing details that it doesn't say?
Because Eric Swalwell, as a congressman, was fooled into a honeypot.
Fooled. So when you said that Eric Swalwell was conduiting this money in a way,
character of judgment.
Okay, that's a valid criticism that I have levied against him myself a few minutes ago when I said that I'm not surprised to learn that the sex pest Eric Swalwell was honeypotted, but you claimed that he was the one conduiting the money
and taking money at the same time.
But you're applying. The issue I'm having with you is that you're deciding what his intent was when that just isn't what this article that we're reading says. Maybe it says that later. Maybe he did know, and that's bad. Eric Swalwell's out of politics. I'm glad. However, the investigation did uncover evidence that Fang, who also went by Christine Fang, broke the law by soliciting illegal straw donations from foreign nationals, destroyed records, and made false statements, smuggled cash, and acted as an unregistered foreign agent, presumably for China, according to a May 2nd, 2017 Bureau memo. And then there's a photograph of her. Moving on, quote, Fang left the United States in redacted and has been barred from reentry pursuant to the security and advisory opinions issued by the United States Department of State, the memo added. In consultation with San Francisco Division Executive Management and the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Northern District of California, SAC San Francisco has determined that prosecution is non-viable to national security reasons. Prosecution of her, by the way, is what they're talking about here. The FBI had hoped to the uncovered probe, codenamed Freshman 15, would gather sufficient evidence to indict and arrest both Swalwell and Fang for campaign finance law, but neither were charged. So the FBI had hoped to charge Swalwell, but they did not. They hoped they would gather sufficient evidence, but they didn't gather sufficient evidence. Who was in charge of the FBI in 2017? el.chico.tech.edu.
No, that was 2014, dude.
No, it was 2017. That's when the relationship started in 2014, but the memo about this came out in May of 2017. Who was president in May of 2017?
Well, why would you want to give...
Who was president in May of 2017?
Well, that's when they were going after Trump.
Who was president in May of 2017?
Trump.
Okay, so this is Trump's FBI investigating Swalwell.
So why would they expose Swalwell?
They hoped to get enough information to charge him, but they didn't. Where is the evidence that has convinced you that he should be charged for this?
Oh, because they were too busy looking after Trump. They were too busy going after Trump. So
that's a disingenuous nonsense answer to what I just said.
That's a true story, bro. They were too busy. So, dude, we have corrupt members of the FBI. Can you agree?
Yeah.
Okay. So why would they push out this story on Eric Swalwell and push an investigation when they were too busy going after Trump for Russia collusion in 2017?
Wait, I don't accept the idea that the FBI was too busy to go after him, which is why they didn't investigate him. That's fucking nonsense. At this time, this was this is an FBI controlled by Trump. They weren't busy investigating Trump.
So this happened in 2017. So when did Nancy Pelosi
keep her kick, chat? Keep her kick. This is it, dude. You're convinced that like Pelosi was involved in this ruse, and you just aren't offering.
She covered it up, dude.
Where is the evidence of that?
When she found out in 2014, dude.
Where is the evidence that she found out in 2014, not in 2017 or 2020 when these articles came out?
Because
the relationship happened from 2014 to 2017.
How
do you know? How do you know that she was aware of it and aware that she was a spy during that time in 2014 or 2017? There just isn't evidence of that.
She was a House Speaker.
Does the House Speaker know who every representative is banging?
You fucking should, apparently.
You think that the House Speaker should know who every representative is having sex with?
Yeah, they fucking should, dude. Apparently because they're sleeping with Chinese spies and getting their money. But anyways, dude, it was nice talking to you, man. I'll come back another day.
No, you won't come back another day, el.chico.tech.edu. You are banned from my show for being disingenuous, for being unwilling to address the fact that no, in the plain language of the articles that we just read, you are claiming that it says something that it doesn't. That is so dangerous to do in this political climate. It is such a dangerous and harmful thing that you're doing by going around and asserting that there was evidence of this when there just fucking isn't. El.chico.tech.edu, I used to think positively of you. I used to think about you like somebody like Iowa golfer who I can like pull out of the darkness. Maybe some lost little kid like el.chico.tech.edu. But you're 40 fucking years old. You run a business. You have a family, and you think this way, dude. I'm fucking disappointed in you, and I don't want you on my show again, man. I couldn't save you. There's a lot of other people like you who keep calling in and keep trying with me, but you're unfucking savable if you can't navigate a conversation like this one fairly. I condemn you to be banned from my show forever for your disingenuous behavior. Maybe there's sometime in the future you can demonstrate that you're not like that anymore, but I'm just not fucking interested in doing it, dude. I'm not going to waste my time pulling teeth for 20 minutes to get you to realize that you're wrong, only for you to lie through your teeth and say that that article said something that it didn't. I'm not interested in spending showtime on it. Maybe if you were a little snappier in the conversation, I'd waste 3 minutes getting you there. But because it takes you 20 minutes to get there, and then you waste our time by being disingenuous about it for 5 or 10 minutes after, I'm fucking disappointed in you, dude. I thought you were better than that. Be better. I'm not going to have it on my show. Thank you, Seven, for the $5 on YouTube Super Chat. Question, why do people say voting never works? It sounds like they are saying it's only an illusion. Is there validity to it? I was talking to that about the caller yesterday, who thought that voting wasn't important, and he's just convinced that voting, like, they don't even count our votes. Like, he's just convinced that, like, whatever they want the outcome to be is the outcome, and there's just, like, that voting is just a fraud, which is nonsense. I think given the fact that the Democrats and the Republicans have been fighting tooth and nail to win the presidency back and forth 4 terms in a row now, suggests to me that no, there isn't some party that's just in control of the elections. That's nonsense. Celestial Darkness sent $5 to say, remember the baby plane? I may have put my baby on the baby bus. It's first day of school, and I've got mixed feelings about it. LOL. Inside jokes for the Discord for those who are following along. Discord's in the link tree in the bio, as well as those pay links, Venmo, Cash App, Buy Me a Coffee, or Patreon if you want to become a supporter of the show. I will remind you, you can support the show for free by making sure that you're following these backup accounts. I'm pointing off screen on YouTube, but over on TikTok, I'm pointing at the backup accounts that you should be following. And then you can also go to that link tree and find the what is it? Instagram, Facebook, YouTube. How many YouTube followers do we have? Are we there? Are we getting there? Let's see. 9877. Are there 123 people watching this who aren't subscribed to me on YouTube?
Also, congrats to Celestial Darkness for putting your baby on a first day of school bus.
Yeah, that is huge.
It's a tough one.
I got sidestepped by the joke, but yeah, no, that's huge. I hope you took pictures. Let's see. 9877. I bet there's 123 people watching who aren't following Oskar Quentin on YouTube who could be. I bet we could have 10,000 by the end of the show. We'll see. We'll see if people watching are going to be supportive in that way. Doesn't cost anything. Linktree in the bio. But Al sent $5 on YouTube Super Chat. That cost them some money. This whole work, this really getting the way I'm. Sorry.
Oh my God.
You try. Am I having a stroke?
You are. This whole work. This is really getting the way I'm having.
Okay, no, that wasn't just me, right?
So right.
Owl, I love you, but your message causes aneurysms. I'm going to try really hard to just read it word for word. This whole work, this really getting the way of me listening in real time, down with capitalism, so I can listen to Oskar. Thank you for the $5. I hope you're not having a stroke.
I think we get what you were saying.
I think we get the general idea.
It looks normal. That's why I was like, "You're so dumb. Why can't you read that?" And then I started.
I started with a little more confidence that was legible, but no.
It's just got a couple extra.
Canadian Princess sent $2 on YouTube Super Chat to say, "I'm so fucking sick of MAGA working on pure vibes." Yeah, like his disdain for Eric Swalwell is just like. Dude, like, we kicked the guy out. Like, why the fuck are we even talking about him? I mean, like, this is worth looking at. It'd be really bad if Nancy Pelosi, if it came out that Nancy Pelosi knew, like, if there was a memo and it was Nancy Pelosi being like, hey, I think that this girl that Eric Swalwell is banging is a Chinese spy, but this is going to look really bad for the Democrats, so let's, like, hide this from the FBI or something. Like, if that memo came out, first of all, I don't even like Nancy Pelosi. Just, she's, like, a Democrat, so, like, better than a Republican, but she's the type of Democrat that I don't like. But like, if that came out, I would fully condemn her. I would be like, that is a traitor to the fucking country. Like no, like, but that claim that el.chico.tech has, which is a very serious claim about what she's doing with her power in our government, just isn't substantiated. It's just vibes. He's just fucking making it up against a background, of course, of all of these people failing to investigate the Epstein files. Yeah. Fucking ridiculous. Allison, $5 to say, this whole work thing is really getting in the way of listening to you. I work with kids. My brain is fried. My bad. You are forgiven. Thank you. This whole work thing, like the job they're working while listening to the show, that's what they meant? I think I'm understanding now.
Yep,
Thank you. Thank you. Kelly sent $3 to say, hope to see you downtown this Saturday. Oh, you will see me downtown this Saturday because we're going to go say hi to Jake Lang, that son of a bitch, in a friendly way. Fuck Jake Lang is what they added to that message. Yeah, he's got his N-word march here at City Hall on Saturday, August 22nd. I will fucking be there. Gonna have some people with us. We're gonna have a safety meeting beforehand to make sure that everybody behaves and we know how to respond if Jake Lang does anything wildly illegal, which we expect him to. Yeah. So Brittany in the chat says the what? Yeah, the N-word march. The flyer that they're distributing for this, it doesn't say N-word on it. It says a 6-letter word that begins with N and ends with R. The N-word march is what it's called. Here to defend freedom of speech. No, this is a pardoned J6er. This is a person who was convicted and served 4 years in federal prison for assaulting law enforcement at the Capitol on January 6th. He was pardoned by Donald Trump and has many times come to my city and assaulted me and my friends. Brandished weapons at us, pepper sprayed us. He drove a U-Haul past the Whipple building and he had like Jake Lang and some other asshole, or Jake Lang had Jaden Scott and some other asshole in the back of that U-Haul shooting paintballs at people from the moving vehicle, and the police don't do anything about that. This guy's a fucking dangerous, violent criminal that Trump pardoned. He's the type of violent, dangerous criminal that are out here causing problems in the streets. Where in Minnesota? Downtown Minneapolis, City Hall. I'll be there. No show on Saturday. I guess I should be announcing that. We will not have a normal show on Saturday. I'm going to be there live streaming on YouTube only because this is going to be violent and chaotic, and I am sure that we are all going to hear the N-word quite a lot. So there's a reason to follow me on YouTube. Let's see how many people did. We were 123 shy a minute ago, 98. Now we're just 102. So 20 of you hopped over there. But I still bet there's 100 people hearing my voice right now live on this Tuesday who could be some of the people who get me closer to 10K over on YouTube. So Linktree in the bio, or just search Oskar Quentin on YouTube, because I think my handle on there, like my @ tag, is Oskar Quentin Music to match my Instagram. But if you just search Oskar Quentin, I come up because I'm me. Vicky sent $1 to
Minneapolis. Sorry.
Yeah, it's Minneapolis City Hall. Am I wrong about that?
I thought it was St. Paul.
No. Minneapolis noon. Noon is when he's planning it, so we'll be there earlier than that, of course. Vicky sent $1 to say, hey, Oskar, as long as you do the handwritten signs, YouTubers can see it on YouTube. Yeah. That's the... Well, so I mean, this, like, I can superimpose stuff on the screen on TikTok, and you would see it on YouTube because the YouTube is seeing a screen capture of what's happening over here on TikTok. But yeah. Anyway, we'll get the phone number working just as soon as Call-in Line, the TikTok account Call-in Line, gets guest request privileges. We're going to start taking phone calls with the number. $2 from Jeffrey on Venmo says, I think Matt Gaetz allegedly sex trafficked minors or Max Miller abusing his wife and kid, and why Republicans protect them would be a better topic to talk about. And that's the issue with el.chico.tech.edu. He just chuckles his way through the fact that he's willing to go down this fucking rabbit hole about Eric Swalwell with just no evidence for the claims that he's making about him, while I also sit here and condemn the motherfucker and say that we don't claim the bitch. It's fucking nonsense. Lucky Phil, thank you for the $2 on Buy Me a Coffee. Nope, nothing to see here. Just take my money. And what's that hot new single from Jessie's band again? Asking for a friend. I think you probably are talking about Fall by Sensing Agony. Everybody should go listen to Fall by Sensing Agony. And then Minnie Dorak sent $1 on Buy Me a Coffee to sell. Chico.tech.edu can Swalwell these nuts. His ass is banned, man. Like, I have spent like 20 hours talking to that guy. I've gotten some amazing clips from him. We got the sign. We need to move the sign a little bit.
Oh, I was just about to at him in chat. If you have the newest iPhone, it's like egregiously like too far in frame.
Yeah, well, everybody's phone screen shape is a little different, so the actual crop you get on TikTok is different. So I try to put the sign where, like, for the person who has the most cropped, it's like right at the edge. But like for me, like I can just show you guys. For me, it looks like this. Oop. See, it's like super in frame.
It's my phone that's the skinny one.
Yeah. So it's not the same for everybody. All right. That's enough talking about the show. Let's actually do the show. Let's talk to Satirical.jj, who has been waiting for quite a while. Actually, they've been very patient because they've been in the queue for like an hour or something. Let's click accept. Is it going to work? There we go. Hello, how old are you?
What's up? 21.
21. Are you a Trump supporter?
No. I mean, I have, disagreements with you that I think we've talked before.
Yeah, I don't remember.
I do want to say you're a quick shitter, though. That shit was quick earlier.
I didn't take a shit.
Oh, okay. Usually when someone says coffee runs through me.
Yeah. Dude, like literally, I was sitting here like, why'd you say that?
Coffee's a liquid.
Yeah, but coffee's also a laxative. Yeah, I'm with Caller on this one.
Okay, whatever. I'm glad we've all spent this much time talking about bowel movements. What do you disagree with me on?
I mean, honestly, you were saying earlier you think you're more grounded than some of these leftists, and
some of them.
I think that's a little weird to say when you're like advocating for the abolishment of the Senate.
I'm not I'm advocating for the abolishment of the Senate.
Yeah, I heard you talk about it the other day. What are you talking about?
I said I want to address the fact that I think that the Senate gives unfair representation to states that have low populations.
So you didn't say it was badass that you think the DSA is trying to abolish the Senate?
You're accusing me of saying that it's badass that the DSA wants to abolish the Senate?
Yeah, you said I think that's badass.
If I said that, I misspoke.
Really?
Yeah. You got a timestamp? You want to listen to whatever I said?
I mean, this was probably when I was last up, probably like 5 days ago.
Okay.
I mean, so you don't think that's a good idea? Or?
I think that at some point in the 21st century, it's important that we have a constitutional convention and we fix the fact that it is currently in the Constitution that the Senate is unfair. That a state like Wyoming that has a population of 500,000 gets 2 senators, just the same as any of the other states that have 10 or 20 or 30 million people in them also get 2 senators. I think that your vote for senator is much more valuable in a state like Wisconsin or Wyoming than in a state like California. And I think that that's unfair. And I think that that needs to be addressed about American politics.
So it's not going to be unfair when California has 52 representatives and Ohio has like 15. And there's no Senate so why don't we just have a unicameral or, all-seeing government? Why do we have states
sorry.
even? If you think
I'm
this
sorry.
way?
Sorry, you're putting words in my mouth. I just said it's unfair that states with small populations get the same number of senators, and then you said it's going to be unfair when California has 52 and Ohio has 15. Is that a proportioned representation of the populations in Ohio and California? Is that like the number of state representatives that they have?
Yeah, that's their representative.
Yeah.
I'm going off of if we abolish the Senate, it would only be the legislature.
Again, I said that we should
The
address.
House.
I have not called to abolish the Senate. I'm saying that we need a constitutional convention to address the fact that the current rules for the Senate are bad. I have said that I am open to the idea of somebody telling me a way that we could have the government function that doesn't use a Senate, but I'm not sitting here promoting the idea of abolishing the Senate. Why? Like, that's not. No.
No. Okay. So I'm just confused. I promise you I'm not mishearing. I heard you talking about it the other day, so I thought it was.
You got me right now.
Good to
Here I am.
Okay, so if you're
Hello,
are
Corey,
you
by the way.
condemning the fact that they want to do that? I think it's a big problem. I think it, disenfranchises.
I think a lot of the things that the DSA wants to do are things that I could say are completely unreasonable, nonsensical things to even have an opinion about on the timescale of the next 5, 10, or 20 years. But if we look forward like a century, I really fucking hope that how unfair our Senate is gets addressed at some point along the way, so I can be interested in there being a political party that wants to address that. I don't know if abolishing the Senate's the right solution to that, though. And I just don't think any of that matters to the current political climate. It certainly doesn't matter for what's on the ballot in November. It's a distraction from the important things.
Really? I don't think the leftists think that.
Oh, they do. I'm in the DSA.
Yeah.
Nobody here is saying that the immediate goal of the DSA is the abolishment of the Senate, the abolishment of prisons, the abolishment of the police. It is a goal to move towards. Again, it's, hey, we need to fix other more immediate issues, for example, healthcare. For example, the war with Iran, for example, U.S. colonialism. But hey, we want to move our society towards a more equitable and democratic society. And that does include, at some point, potentially replacing the Senate with a more democratic form of government. I still believe in bicameral government or bicameral legislation. But yeah, the Senate disenfranchises millions of Americans. It is not a good system. So obviously,
we should disenfranchise rural people instead of urban people. Is that your point?
How are you getting to that?
Well, the Senate. Why is there the Senate? Because people in rural areas need representation. Without it, they get less representation because bigger urban populations get more representatives. What's so hard to understand?
So I guess first of all, you're not being disenfranchised. You're just no longer. You're just not. Most people just don't agree with you, apparently. But even then, do you think that rural Americans somehow are completely separate from other Americans in different areas?
I think they believe different things.
You just think rural America?
You don't think rural America is different than urban America? Are you being serious?
I've lived in both.
I think what's getting mixed up here.
You know that it's vastly different. Come on.
Okay,
I'm an Army kid.
Life is different,
but
don't you think that representation for rural and urban people should just be based on the populations of those people? If there's more people in rural environments, they should get more representation, and if there's less, they should get less representation, proportion to the population. That's the way the House works, but that's not the way the Senate works, and that's what we're complaining about.
Yes, but the Senate is there to prevent mob rule of people that are, accumulating power through, the urban area or the urban people.
I don't think that's why the Senate exists.
Okay, the Senate isn't there for checks and balances. It's literally why.
That's not okay. I just said that that's not why the Senate exists, and then you said you don't think it's because, and then you gave a different reason than the one I just disagreed with.
Well, the first thing I brought up was it disenfranchised people in rural America. And
I think that the Senate disenfranchises people who live in states that have large populations, which tend to be less rural states.
Okay, I meant abolishing it. I see where the disconnect here is. But yes, having the Senate, you could say it gives a disproportionate representation to these rural places if you don't think that they need the representation.
I don't think that anybody deserves such over representation as states like Wyoming enjoy in the Senate. I think that that's unfair. I am
that's what I'm saying.
envious
How are
when
we
I vote
getting
for
to
a
the-
senator. When I vote for a senator in Minnesota, I envy the person from Wyoming who gets to vote for a senator, and their vote is a much bigger part of whether or not that senator makes it to the Senate. Their vote has a greater influence over the votes that happen on the Senate floor than mine, and I think that's unfair. I'm being disenfranchised by living in a state that has a larger population than Wyoming.
May I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Satirical, do you think that everyone should have access to equal representation in our government?
Yeah, I mean, I think that equality is a good thing. And I think
Well, if that's the case, then clearly the fact that a person in Wyoming counts for, if I remember the math correctly, in certain cases, like 1.6 times as much as, say, somebody in California, then that's very obviously a problem if we agree with the idea of equal representation by our government. So
I think what a better thing would be to split California up, to give it more that makes the representation better than just abolishing the whole Senate.
Okay, I just did the math. I did the math. When it comes to the Senate, a person in Wyoming's vote is 65 times more valuable than a person in California's.
Okay, yeah. So split California down into different states.
Into 65 states?
In 65 states, yeah.
That's how many states you'd have to split California in to equalize it with Wyoming.
I think even that would be less radical than
that. You think that splitting California into 65 states would be more radical than just giving California more senators?
Yeah, I'm being facetious when I say 65, or when you say 65.
Right,
but even 65.
That factor is the population disparity between California and Wyoming. So somebody in Wyoming gets to vote for a senator, and as a proportion of the electorate in that state, their vote represents 65 times more of what's needed to get that person elected. So a person in Wyoming has 65 times more influence over the actions taken by the Senate than somebody who lives in California. That's bad. Do you agree that that's bad?
In some ways, I think the needs for someone in California is vastly different from the needs from someone on a farm in Iowa. Like, what do you think? No?
Sorry, say that again. What?
Do you think the needs from someone in urban California is the same from someone in a farm in California or a farm in Iowa?
When I look at a human being, I think that in terms of what the government should consider needs, I don't care who you are or where you are, I look at those needs as the same, and that's why I believe in equal representation. Everybody needs food, everybody needs shelter, everybody needs education. I want to equalize those things.
Well, but that's you're talking about equality, or you're saying equality, but it sounds like you're talking about equity.
Sure, yeah, I mix up the vocabulary. My point is that, what do you mean? Do you think that there's something about rural life that makes them more deserving of representation in the Senate?
Well, I just think that having 2 senators in each state can we agree that is technically equal?
No.
No.
No?
No, dude, fucking Corey, Jinx, you owe me a soda. But no, because the populations are so different.
Okay, but does each state get 2 senators?
Each state gets the same number of senators, but because each state has different numbers of people in them, that's unfair. Because the average number of senators per person is very different from state to state. That's what we're talking about, and I think you know that, and I think you're being disingenuous.
I'm being disingenuous because I think
your position on
being radical and saying abolishing the Senate is a bad thing. Okay,
I'm sorry. I agree that being radical and saying abolish the Senate anytime.
We're just moving towards there. We're being radical very slowly.
No.
Okay.
I'm just
That's
saying
what you guys said. You said we're going to get there eventually, just very slowly. So what is it? No, we're not going to get there, or we're getting there slowly. What is it?
I think we need to address the fact that the Senate gives unfair representation to states that have low populations. I don't have a firm position on a solution to that. I'm saying that the current state of affairs is bad. That's all I'm saying. And you are accusing me of being gung-ho about abolishing the Senate.
I can agree on some grounds to that. But I can't agree in abolishing the Senate. And that's what I heard you talk about. That's why I came up. And I think that there's other ways to go about that, like making new states, maybe giving DC, making that a state.
There's two obvious. Peru?
I mean, Puerto Rico. Fuck. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's
Venezuela.
Puerto Rico. I've spent a lot of time in Puerto Rico. I have a personal connection there. I've spent like a year or two of my life collectively in Puerto Rico. And the frustrating thing with Puerto Rico is that they lack fair representation, but people in Puerto Rico aren't in favor of gaining that representation, because if they do, they'll immediately be ass fucked by how broken our system is. So they actually don't want to participate in it. So when I talk about statehood for somewhere like Puerto Rico, I actually just need our system to be less broken before the Puerto Ricans themselves will actually begin to advocate for wanting senators or wanting do they even have a governor? How does it even work there? Point is, I've talked to some people who live in Puerto Rico who I'm connected with because I have some personal history there, and like there's just a bigger problem there. But like the obvious solutions to addressing the fact that senators unfairly represent their constituents by given 2 senators per state instead of measuring it to the population is to do one of 2 things: either give more senators to the states that have more population, which is what we do in the House of Representatives, which is why it's titled that way, or, as you're suggesting, to divide the states up in some sort of way. And then we bump into this problem of pragmatism. I don't think California wants to be split into multiple states. I think that red states want to split California into multiple states, which ironically would actually give California more of that representation in the Senate, which would be bad for Republicans. So we can address it in some such number of ways. But
you could say that, but rural California votes differently, and it's not really represented.
What?
I'm just saying it's disingenuous for you to say that it's not disenfranchising conservatives more than it is Democrats if you do something like abolishing the Senate or whatever.
Okay. We're bumping into this thing where the oppressor feels like they're being oppressed if we move towards equity, because as it sits, rural Americans are overrepresented in the Senate because they disproportionately live in states where the populations are small, so their vote counts more as a proportion of who gets elected to the Senate. So we're talking about taking away that advantage, not giving the advantage to somebody else.
Yeah, but the thing is you guys aren't pragmatic about taking it away while keeping representation. You're just worried about taking it away.
You keep saying you guys. I, as a political commentator, do not spend very much time talking about Senate reform. It's like not a topic I push. It's not a talking point I care much about. You came to me and asked me about it. Somebody else was talking to me about it because they're concerned about what the DSA wants for it. But you're telling me that I'm pushing for this when I'm not. I'm just giving you my honest thoughts about the ways in which the Senate is currently unfair.
Well, you like to fucking sit on the fence so much, your fucking ass is splitting. Like, what are you?
Ad hominems. Answer what I just said.
What are you? If you're not advocating for the DSA, but you sit here and say they're kicking ass every day, what the fuck are you doing?
I'm sorry. When have I ever said that the DSA is kicking ass every day?
Dude, oh my God, dude. You bring them up every day now.
You're putting fucking words in my mouth. What is this?
You bring them up every day. You bring up the DSA every day.
I bring up the DSA every day. Dude, no. People bring up the DSA to me. How often do I bring up the DSA? It's rarely, I'd say. Not every day. That's nonsense. You're just accusing me of being... Are you mixing me up with a different streamer? Is it because my background's changed? Like, what's going on here? Do you think you're talking to Parker or somebody, Chris?
No, every day you just get more and more, radical with your takes. You're like, oh, maybe if somebody could bring up a good way revolutionaries would...
I think I have been steadfastly... Shut your mouth. I think I have steadfastly been saying that I don't see a reasonable way to get to revolution that would be good.
Unless I
taunt the leftists about their inability to convince me of that. It leads to good conversations where I show my audience how unreasonable it is to think that, and you're accusing me of promoting it. What's wrong with you?
I think you do every day. I think you downplay.
Regular viewers, if you watch my show a lot,
on your side,
shut your fucking mouth. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the chat. Chat, if you watch this show a lot, just let me know yes or no in the chat if you think the caller is accurately describing my political perspectives. Accurate or not accurate? Yes or no? Just let me know in the chat. I'm gonna look at some. I'm gonna while those no's roll in. I'm gonna read some donations. Thank you, Elusive Viper, for the $5. Could you ask a guest what state should look like, size and population wise? A 3-state Puerto Rico would not be the smallest or least populous states. Yeah, because what is it? 3 million in Puerto Rico. So you need to split Puerto Rico into 6 states. You need to split California into 65 states to get them to match Wyoming, which I choose as the example because I'm pretty sure it's the lowest population state. It is with 588,000 as of July 1st, 2025. That number was last estimated. Anyway, As a rural CA resident, no, we don't want to split. No, there's just one vote from Tabby Baudier. Thank you for the $2, Tabby. And then Patrick sent me $5 on Venmo to say, out here in Michigan, Jake Lang's bitch ass is coming to Dearborn today to cause trouble and bring hate and harm to Muslim people who aren't doing anything to anyone. We'll be out there today. Good luck in Minneapolis soon. Fuck this pathetic excuse for a human being. I will, after the show today, be looking to see what happened in Dearborn, Michigan, because it'll give me an idea of maybe what's coming from Minnesota and Minneapolis on Saturday. Tammy sent $6 to say, hi, Oscar. Have you seen these Nazi First Amendment auditors filming people at various DMVs and post offices, priming for the polls at Mamazon Arrives? I have seen some of that. I find it concerning. They're like harassing people under the guise of free speech and really trying to push those boundaries. I find it pretty disingenuous and shitty of them. Patrick sent another $2 to say, also Abdul for Senate. Yes, I'm excited about Abdul for Senate. Jessie sent $10 to say, just because I love what you do and what you stand for and you. Thank you. Appreciate the $10. And then Patrick sent another $1 to say, the caller is AJ. He's absurdly disingenuous. He has used multiple accounts to evade bans. He's come up here to waste your time and he's annoying as hell. Yeah, I know. I just got to demonstrate the degree to which he's being disingenuous or people accuse me of running. So that's why I beat the shit out of him with a verbal club for a little bit before kicking him. Thank you for the Galaxy, Emily. Appreciate you. I think I got all those Venmos. Was that $2?
I'm really not trying to rage bait. I mean, I've tried to ask
Schoolmeister sent $5 on YouTube Super Chat to say, you can tell by the caller's nervous tone, he's aware we all see how disingenuous he is. Why does he waste life spreading nonsense? Why do you waste your life spreading nonsense, like all of these nonsensical positions? Let's scroll back and see the poll. Let's see all the no's that came in. Did we get a single yes from the chat? Is there a single person watching the show on TikTok that thought that you're giving an accurate representation of what I believe? I
really don't know what you believe, dude. You fence it all day.
I think that I speak pretty clearly about the fact that a lot of people offer staunch solutions to difficult problems, and I'm just more careful than that. I don't know what's going to happen in American politics in the next 10 years. I don't know what's going to happen. But I know that it'll be good for humanity if people become more empathetical, educated, and reasonable. So I try to influence that, but I'm just not going to sit here and pretend that I know the best answer to every hard question.
I mean, I'm not saying you do. I just don't know why you can't say that you did say that stuff about the DSA. Like, I'm not making that up, but I don't know why I would.
I don't know, dude.
It's not like I said you.
If you're going to accuse me of saying something that I don't think I said, I think I'm going to insist that you bring me a timestamp and we listen to it together.
We can move past that. I mean,
I don't think
Jake Lang.
I don't think you're going to get another chance on the show. I think it needs to happen before 2:00 today. You have 95 minutes to find that timestamp. Emily, how you doing?
Hi, friends. Good morning or good afternoon.
Chat was demanding I let you up. Why is that? And how old are you? I know you're friendly, but you still got to tell me how old you are.
Oh, do I have to? I'm
Sorry.
41.
I was going to say, you can give you the, older than 18. Good enough.
Yeah.
I don't need to know the exact year when it's a friendly caller. It's not as important to me. What's going on?
Yeah, so I just wanted to mention one quick thing, just to be relevant to the U.S. territories conversation. I just wanted to mention, for anyone in the chat who's kind of interested in the subject of U.S. territories and specifically Puerto Rico, there is an amazing book called War Against All Puerto Ricans by Nelson A. Denise, and it talks about the horrendous time, basically since Puerto Rico's inception between the United States and Spain, what has been done to them and how little resources they actually own and how much of the population was prevented from having children simply because they weren't white. It's literally, for me, it was an earth-shattering book, and I highly recommend it just to get more context into what we did to that amazing, beautiful place and how little they own. So that's all I wanted to say.
Appreciate the resource, and I appreciate all the gifts.
Oh, before she goes, I have the title written down, but can you tell me the author one more time, please? Emily?
Yeah, sorry. I just checked out real fast to make sure I got it right. So it's War Against All Puerto Ricans by Nelson A. Denise. Highly recommend it, guys.
Thank you. And again, thanks for all the gifts and donations.
You got it. Have a great day, guys.
Thank you, Emily. Satirical asshole who keeps telling me what I believe, even though it's not what I believe. I think I'm going to give you 90 minutes to go find a timestamp of what I said so we can look at it, because I just don't believe that you have an example of me.
Yes, you've never said anything about the DSA doing anything.
No.
I'm sorry.
No,
I'm
that's
sorry.
not. No, that
I'm
wasn't.
sorry.
No,
I'm a
that
fucking
wasn't the
idiot.
claim. No, shut your mouth. I have said that the DSA is doing good things. That's not the claim. You specifically said that I want to abolish the Senate, that I'm excited about abolishing the Senate. You said I said that on my show. That's
You
a
said
claim.
you think it's a
Bring
good thing. You did say that.
the timestamp. You have 90 minutes. You are banned from my show after the 90 minutes regardless, because you're obviously disingenuous, but you have that time to go to my YouTube, where every episode of this show gets uploaded every single day, and bring me a timestamp that shows that you're not a liar. You moved the goalpost at the end, because you can find a timestamp of me saying some good things that the DSA is accomplishing, but that's not the claim you brought me. So don't think that you're going to get away from it by bringing me a timestamp of me saying something positive about the DSA. That is a broadening of the scope of what you claimed I said a few days ago on the show. You said that I claimed that I wanted to abolish the Senate, that I promoted abolishing the Senate. You said that I bring up the DSA all the time. He didn't run. I kicked him because I'm not interested in him moving the goalposts about that. He can go find that fucking timestamp in the next 90 minutes if he wants to show it, because I'm transparent. The show gets uploaded every single day. But no, he's clearly disingenuous. He's clearly sitting here and lying to me about what I promote. Thank you for hopping up, Corey. I appreciate your contributions to the call. Are you still there?
Yeah, no, I came up here to defend my DSA, but you know what? You had it all in hand, so appreciate you having me, Oskar.
Yeah, appreciate you, Corey. Yeah, I don't take kindly to people telling me that I promote ideologies that I don't. I think that's one of the biggest things that people on the right do, is they say Ilhan Omar wants this, Zoran Mamdani wants that, Bernie Sanders wants this, AOC wants that, Dean Withers wants this, Oskar Quentin wants that, and it's like, no. Don't fucking tell people that I say things that I don't. There's a big pool. You can dig deep. You can make a big supercut of me looking like a goddamn fool, because I upload 2 to 4 hours of my life to the internet every single fucking day. I get things wrong sometimes. Every now and then I get convinced of some misinformation. Every now and then Law of the Wild needs to hop up here and beat the shit out of me with his verbal club, because I've gotten something wrong that he understands, because he's a fucking lawyer and he holds me to account. Every now and then the Discord or the chat starts screaming at me and I get things wrong. But don't fucking tell me that I have some big platform idea like that we should abolish the Senate that I just don't have. Unacceptable. You're not going to get to participate in this show if you're going to lie to me about the things that I say on my own show. Lucky Phil, thank you for the $2 over on Buy Me a Coffee. The representation for the state of denial is too damn high. Excellent reference. Excellent reference. Is the rent is still too damn high, guys? Still there? I tried to offer Vermin Supreme to come on my evening show, but he wanted $200, so I counter offered with $100, but I haven't heard back. Vermin Supreme Fund. find the paylinks in the link tree in the bio. Because I'll give him $200. I don't give a fuck. I want to talk to that guy. He's hilarious. Got to have some entertaining stuff on there. But yeah, how is the rent is too damn high guy doing? Thank you very much, Light Blinded Fool, for the $10 on YouTube Super Chat. 270 Town is showing 50-50 prediction for the Senate. We just need one more, also showing Dems ahead in the House. 270 to win is showing 50-50 prediction for the Senate. Just talking about the seats after the election. I don't trust the big poll aggregates. I think particularly with some of the primary data that came out after the 11th, like just how the primaries went, those election results, I see a blue wave on the horizon. I think maybe it's a little too early to say, but I've been thinking that like maybe we're going to have the pendulum swing pretty aggressively as we did in 2020 with the biggest turnout in a presidential election ever. And I think it's fair to say that these are the most contentious and important midterm elections in American history. And if you don't think that, you're not following the situation that we're in. But we're going to talk to Savannah Hurst, and we're going to see Savannah Hurst. Is that a donor's name? I don't know. Maybe they didn't mean to be in the queue. Hello, how old are you? They didn't mean to be in the queue. Screechmeister probably did, though. Been a little while since we've actually had a conversation with Screechmeister. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
Good. You're 55, I remembered, right?
Got it.
Got it this time. Good. What's the topic today?
Well, I'm going to try not to ruffle any feathers because you're the true source to come and ask questions and actually are really knowledgeable. So when I go into this, I want you to understand I don't believe the accusations that are against this person. So I want to get your thoughts and hopefully you can clear some things up. And I have a feeling with the way you moved your eyes that you have a feeling what I'm about ready to ask.
I know what you're about to bring up. It's fine. We can do it.
All right. Because I've been on a few other lives opposing it. and listening to Dean personally, okay? And I have heard him several times come out and say 100% you're supposed to believe women on the essay, okay? And if that's true, then my question is, why is Trump allowed to, why are we going to go off on Trump when this accusation is against Dean? Okay, and he said of his own mouth, he said 100%. Now he's trying to retract. Now, isn't that kind of hypocritical?
Okay, so you've actually gotten to something that I have kind of a controversial opinion about. So there's this phrase that we should believe women, we should believe the accusers, and I'm going to talk about some other phrases that I consider a little bit problematic. I don't like it when people say that no one's illegal on stolen land. I don't know if you've heard me talk about this talking point before, but it's Jessie, if you're looking for it, go to Dean's live from Friday and scrub to it. That's the only place I know of it online if we want to look at it live on the show. Sorry, Jessie's working on pulling up some information about this. We have phrases like no one's illegal on stolen land, and the reason I don't like those slogans is because it's not literally true. It is, as a matter of fact, that there are many people who are illegal on this very stolen land that we sit on. And it's because it's not technically true that I don't really like it as a slogan, because it just arms the opposition to say, well, yes, they are. Because they are. You know, oh, you don't believe in law and order? I ethically align with the people who say no one's illegal on stolen land. I just don't think it's a really useful phrase. And I actually feel the same way about how we should always believe women, because then that arms anybody to just say, oh, I'm a woman, I'm going to accuse anybody I want of anything, and then we just have to believe me because that's what the Democrats push. So when it comes to actually pragmatically addressing these things, I do think that there is some harm in pushing a statement like believe all women. So I can just say at the onset of this conversation that that's not actually all that useful, or I don't think it should be taken all that literally. Somebody already put in the chat that we should believe all credible accusers, but the fact that they're credible is kind of makes the, duh, right? Like that's what credible means, is that you should put some value into it. It was Friday night, Jessie, so if you look up whatever date Friday was, it'll be that episode's.
Are you sure it was Friday night?
Yeah, I think it was Friday because I was on his live.
Because remember we were setting up this studio when we were listening to it?
That's right.
That was Friday night. Yeah, okay. So there's a couple things going on with the Dean allegations. The evidence is false. The evidence is fabricated. Are you aware of that?
Yeah. Like I said, I might ruffle some feathers, but I'm not trying to. And yeah, I know I believe Dean is innocent.
So even if we were to believe the statement, believe all women, it doesn't even apply here.
Folks, this is the 530.
Sorry, Jessie's just working on getting it pulled up, so Dean was unmuted for a second there. Even if we were to try to believe all women, there isn't actually a woman responsible for this. Some poor girl's identity was stolen, and they said that she is the one who made the allegations when she didn't. She has come out and made videos saying, it's me in these photos. Dean didn't do anything to me. They just stole her information. So even if we believe all women, literally, it still just doesn't work in this case. And then you asked this important question about how do I feel about people going after Donald Trump when he has accusations against him, right? You there, Screech? I know you're teacupped, but I got to remind you that you're muted if you're not in the app. Are you there?
Oh, I'm here.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. So here's my problem with people who are going to put credibility into Dean's accusations. The screenshots shown are AI. You can zoom in and see that they're AI. The picture's all garbled up and warped. It's not actually his profile picture. There's other inconsistencies that he's pointed out. So it's plain as day fabricated evidence. The identity of the poor girl that was stolen to propagate these claims has come out and said that it's not true. So there's really good evidence that this is just a hoax. So I'm really disappointed that there are people who are still convinced that Donald Trump is innocent in the E. Jean Carroll case, even though a unanimous jury of 9 in a civil litigation agreed, and then judges have ruled that it's fair to call Donald Trump a rapist because of what was said there. That, to me, is really disappointing against a background of those very same people now claiming to be sure that Dean is guilty based on obviously false evidence.
And then there's another topic, too, other than just that. Because like I said, I believe he's innocent, and I believe that there's certain things that he shouldn't have said that kind of set some things up. But the other topic is, I'm hearing that he went out on his live that I didn't hear personally, but I heard from other lives that he was proud that his followers went out and bullied this person. And like I said, I come to you because I have a feeling that you, Jessica, and Raven have a little bit more truth and don't yell and scream, that you guys basically will speak the truth to the best of your knowledge. You know what I mean? Because not 100% of the time do you have all the accurate information. Does that make sense? There's more room for
we'll get back to that. I just want to show everybody talk about what I'm showing on the screen to everybody. Okay. On the left here is the screenshot that was shown as the apparent quote unquote evidence of what Dean did. And you see how this is all warped, and actually if we zoom in like really, really close, we can see that this like doesn't even quite look like Dean's face. It's all warped and garbled, and there's all these like wavy lines on the things.
And the hair ain't even like it. Yeah, the hair is not even him.
This is Dean's actual profile picture. So you can just zoom in and look closely and see that this is what his profile picture looks like if you go to his account. And this is an AI generated facsimile of that. So imagine if E. Jean Carroll had been caught red-handed bringing evidence this fraudulent into a courtroom. What do you think would have happened?
Would have got fraud charges.
She probably, I'm not a lawyer. I don't know exactly how these things work, but I don't think it's legal to fabricate evidence in that way. And I think that she'd have gotten in a lot of fucking trouble for doing it. I'm pretty sure that type of forgery is like a Class D felony of some kind. I think, because just something in my life that I know about that particular charge for. But I don't know. I'd have to talk to a lawyer. But the point is, I think that anybody who sees that and is shown those two pictures next to each other and says, no, these screenshots are real, that person has demonstrated themselves to be a complete fucking liar if they also think that E. Jean Carroll's a liar. Because her evidence is so much stronger than this. It's selective care for evidence, right? You're going to discredit E. Jean Carroll even though she convinced a courtroom that she was right, but we're going to believe this obviously fake thing. So I hate that I have to give airtime to it, but this accusation is going to follow Dean for the rest of his life. Somebody's going to do the same thing, and some such allegation is going to follow me for the rest of my life. I knew that when I signed up to like do this full time, that I was going to subject myself to that sort of treatment, and I am aware of that. You know, I have a girlfriend, and she and I have conversations about like safety for her because she's dating me. And that's unfortunate.
Oskar, you kind of missed Screech's point. Screech was asking the question, asking if Dean like thanked his followers and told them to go harass this woman. I've watched just about every minute of the live that he had related to like the first time, the video he just came out with recently. I've watched like everything I can surrounding this, and I have only seen Dean discouraging it, because in his most recent video, the one he dropped last night, was like, here's evidence that the pictures of this girl were stolen from her account. So he's telling people to stop harassing her because she is just a 13-year-old girl who got her identity stolen. He is begging people to leave her alone. And the account that actually is doing it, he raised who he thought was the perpetrator, which was a man, I believe. A streamer that was definitely not a 13-year-old girl. And I don't even think he said to harass them either. He just stated that's what he thought was happening because they were profiting off of these allegations by running stream after stream being like, look, new evidence came out, and it's just the stuff he was creating. So no, Dean has not perpetrated at all telling people to harass this woman, especially not the poor girl that got her identity stolen. I mean, she's 13, you guys.
Forgive me for missing the point. My attention was a little split there while I was managing the stream.
That's why I was asking, and I came to you guys because, you know what I mean? I'm tired of going on somebody's live and then coming over here and blowing up, and then all of a sudden now we're back to square one. I would much rather come and get it from, horse's mouth than get it from something that goes over there. And then the other thing is that I'm hearing too is that he'll get BTs. Do you know what a BT is?
No.
It's like when you got an airplane in a war and it drops those things on the ground on people. I don't know if I can say that.
We did get a BT. Yes, that is correct.
Yeah,
that happened yesterday.
What are we talking about?
I can't say the word because I don't want you to get. I don't want to get kicked.
Dude, Oskar is dense. Hold on.
Okay. Boom. Okay, I got it. I understand. All right.
Yeah,
yes.
okay.
Yes.
So
the sort of threat that somebody might call in if they want school to be canceled that day.
Yeah, exactly.
Gotcha.
So basically,
right. Yeah. He got swatted because of a threat of that
and
sort.
I was on his show twice when that happened. So basically, some people that weren't in his live and rewatched it said that because he mutes it when he talks to the police. Okay. So they're saying that it could have been like you or Parker or somebody or Raven, blah, 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 that have called him on the phone to act like it. And so he'll mute. And because nobody can hear him legitimately talking to the police, they're saying that he staged it. That's a theory that he staged it.
That's the sort of thing where like people accuse me of lying about being a 9/11 victim. Do I have proof that I'm a 9/11 victim? I do. I'm not going to dox my family though. I'm not going to send that news article about. Yeah, like I'm just not going to do that, like that's that. So privacy makes it such that there are certain things that we're just not going to be able to expect somebody like Dean to prove. I've seen him very carefully, even just when he talks to his girlfriend, he covers his mouth when he's muted because he doesn't want people reading his lips. And he does the same thing when he's talking to the police, which is that he talks to them on speakerphone like this with his mic off so that people can't, so that he's muted and people can't see his lips, which is what I would do if I was talking to the police because they'd be asking for personal information. They'd be asking for your full name. They'd be asking for they might want like a driver's license number or like your address or a phone number or something like that's needed. So when I look at all of this, I just there's no evidence to say whether or not Dean is doing that performatively or not. I just don't think there's any reason to suspect that he is, especially in consideration of the fact that we know that these people do target him in this way.
Yeah.
And I pride myself on having a good lie detector. I've watched these things happen and I see the fear in his face.
I think that reaction was very genuine because
I don't think he's lying.
I kind of believe that it was genuine too. Like I said, the last thing, and I've come on your show several times over the last 3 or 4 months, and I clearly have called him a douchebag and said I don't like him. But here I am, even though I've said that, I'm still trying to make sure I get the right facts before I go and slander the dude. You know what I mean?
Well, and you witnessed the previous call. I would argue that I was basically slandered by the previous caller. Did you listen to that?
I agree with that.
Yeah, so we all deal with misrepresentations of what we believe. So when people say like Dean Withers, believes this or supports this or does this or whatever, to me it is just like show me him saying that. That's what I need to believe that he's, because people say that I want to abolish the Senate. People say that I'm a woman beater because I stopped somebody from beating a woman. There's video of me assisting in breaking up this fight where Savannah Hernandez got assaulted. A bunch of us stopped her from being beaten, and all of us have Republicans following around and saying that we're women beaters for even associating with the people who did that. And it's like, that's not how it works. Like, you can watch the video, and I did the de-escalation thing that I'm technically trained to do from one of my previous jobs. So it is just unfortunate that people are so gung-ho to say, oh, okay, people are saying Dean's a rapist. Let's just go around and say he's a rapist, even though the evidence is very obviously fraudulent, because there's no care to see that things are true, which is why I'm pretty reticent to let my opinions of some of my opposition be formulated by things that people tell me. People tell me all sorts of nonsense about the likes of Jake Lang, Cam Higbee, Nick Sorter, Zach X, all these other people who are real enemies of mine in this space. Like people who've assaulted me or assaulted my friends and my neighbors. But I also know that people on the left do the same thing of getting their impression of something from listening to somebody on a podcast, and then it gets regurgitated through a few people, through the grapevine, through the algorithm, until there's some claim going around that there's a bunch of leftists on Instagram that are mad at me for being a super liberal, pro-establishment Democrat, DNC type of liberal, which I'm pretty sure that even you, Screechmeister, understand I'm not. Yeah. They've just heard some sound bites from 6 months ago when I was brand new at debating, and I wasn't as careful about explaining that my favor for the Democrats in the midterms isn't because I'm excited about the DNC or anything like that. So we all just need to exercise better care about assessing the validity of what are essentially rumors.
I just hope you understand what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to make sure that I'm not led the wrong way and that I'm not sitting here going off on a dude when
it's not your fault that this is getting a bunch of airtime, and I really appreciate your good faith approach to it, Screechmeister. I really do.
And I want to thank you for, clearing some things up. You know what I mean? You, Raven, and Jessica have been really good to me all summer, even though we've had some clashes, and I've said some things that, I shouldn't have said, but I don't want the dude to have any harm to him, you know what I mean? And the shit that's happening to him, I feel for him because now he's got something that's, like you said, is going to go with him for the rest of his life, and he's going to have to answer to it all the time, and sometimes, like you've told me, sometimes your mouth overrides your brain, and when that happens, these are the type of things that come to you, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And that's where I've grown up through this, is because I'm starting to watch what I say and word things, because I have said things like the RT word and things that got me booted off the show, and which all means I deserved it. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And I feel for Dean. I really do. I mean, no matter what I've said about him and no matter what I believe him personally, I still believe what he's going through is sad. You know what I mean? Because nobody should be falsely accused. And I even started off my thing with saying that I believe he's innocent. But I was just trying to figure out what your opinion would be. What's the difference between what Trump did and what Dean did?
Well,
you know
and so that's the thing, is that this is an L for Dean, just because you said it yourself. He's going to have to deal with this forever, just because the rumor exists. Most people who are aware of the Dean Withers rumor have not looked at the AI generated image that you and me just looked at. They've just heard that there's screenshots. So they're just going to make an opinion on that based on whatever it is. So this is a bummer for Dean. This is going to follow him forever, and I really feel for the guy. I'm truly fucking sad for him. This is a win for E. Jean Carroll, because anybody who gives any credence to these accusations about Dean cannot tell us that the accusations from E. Jean Carroll against Trump are at all fraudulent. Like that is just absolutely, completely unacceptable. Anybody who holds those two beliefs, if you believe, one, that these screenshots about Dean Withers are legitimate, and two, that the court case that Donald Trump lost about assaulting E. Jean Carroll was bullshit, you're not a serious person. I do not believe that a serious person can believe both of those things to be true. Anybody who says that they do is lying. I agree with you. So I think that now, my approach to it is when people call into my show and tell me that Dean Withers is a rapist, I immediately turn it on to E. Jean Carroll and I say, okay, we're going to talk about Dean, but just to be clear, you must definitely think that Trump is a rapist if you think that these accusations are good enough to go around calling Dean Withers a rapist.
And that's why I came at you in a different way, so that you know what I mean? Instead of just coming straight out and saying, hey, look, Dean did this, without, for 100%. Like I said, I think I messaged Raven yesterday to get some information about it. And then Rebecca actually sent some things to me and, cleared some things up. So I kind of got the truth yesterday, but I wanted to ask you some things, you know what I mean?
I think what you've done there, Screech, is something that I think is really admirable and worth us pointing some of our attention to, which is that you exercised some really healthy agnosticism about the accusations about Dean. Because when I heard about it, and when I heard that there were rape allegations against Dean Withers, I thought, okay, let's see the evidence, right? Like, yeah. I don't know Dean all that well. I'm not going to put off the table that some 21-year-old influencer did something bad. Like, I'm not going to go the other way and say that he definitely didn't do it, but I've looked at the evidence, and he definitely, this evidence is definitely fabricated bullshit nonsense. And it doesn't take much time to investigate that. It takes more time to review the E. Jean Carroll case. So when you heard about it and you said that you weren't sure and that you're going to call up Oskar and see what he has to say about it, and you don't have to listen to me. I made a point of Jessie jumped right on it to show it on the screen so I could show another 1,000 people just how fraudulent this evidence is. That's good, and that's how you should think about everything you hear. And when you hear that Trump did something, when you hear about Eric Swalwell doing something, when you hear about Pete Hegseth doing something, or whoever, doesn't matter. This is the sort of caution you should exercise about every rumor that you hear, left or right.
Well, Oskar, you should be proud of yourself. You taught me something over the summer of being on your show. You, as a school teacher, you taught me something. You taught me to get my education first and then come up and talk instead of just blabbing my mouth. Do you see what I'm saying? You cut my tongue a little bit. And that's what I've started to do, is get my facts before I blab my mouth, so that I don't get look like a pig coming up on your show, or anybody else's show for that matter. You know what I mean? And so I'm proud of you for doing that. There's only been a few people that have been able to do that in my life, and you're one of them. But I don't even know who the fuck you are other than on a screen. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I do, man. It's really meaningful what you just said to me. It's I have some days on this show where it feels a little futile, and Sunday was one of those days. Two shows ago was a real waste of a show in my opinion. It was just trolls and Dean accusations and bullshit. But I know that there's this guy Screechmeister out there somewhere who is definitely grappling with this stuff in a much more honest way, and it does mean the world to me that you can come here and tell me that I influenced you in that way, because it was really sad for me to leave behind my formal role as being the influence for young people as a high school teacher. Like, my job was to do my best to get those kids set up to have a good life, right? Like, that's what an educator does. So when I hung up that hat to do this full time, it did, like, break my heart a little bit to not, have like a real job where I'm influencing, the next generation. And you aren't the next generation, you're one of the current generations. But like the fact that it gives me a lot of confidence about what I've been telling myself this whole time, which is that I'm doing what I see in the comments sometimes, which is educating the masses instead of just teaching classes. And that's bigger than, the 20 or 30 kids that were in a room with me for an afternoon as a teacher at a high school a few months ago.
Remember this, Mike. Okay, this is how I picture you. Okay, Mike Tyson used to be invincible. Okay, people could not knock him out, and then one day he lost, but he got back up and went and got into acting, and he got himself up back on his 2 feet, and he went about his business. Yes, he's had some things and allegations against him which were proven, and he did some time, but at the same time he didn't quit. So that's what I'm trying to tell you, is think of what Mike Tyson did and continue on with what you're doing, because eventually you're going to touch another Screech. You're going to touch another person and another person. And eventually you're going to have a bunch of good followers that you already have now.
I think I'm confident enough about some of the ways that like some of the regular callers have gotten that like you're not even the first Screech. I think that the first big one for this show was Iowa Golfer, and he's a very different type of caller than you, but he's had a really similar arc of me working away on this, and it's moments like these that do give me confidence that you're far from the last.
Because 3 months ago, I never would have given you a compliment like that. I you know what I mean? I couldn't. You know what I mean? I came up to harass you, and now look, I'm coming up to get information. That tells you what you've done.
And to the people on my team listening, that's what a little patience will do for you with some of these people who come up just to give you a hard time, because a lot more of those people are reachable than I think a lot of people give them credit for. And I think we debate hosts on the left here in this TikTok or YouTube or Twitch or whatever space. I think we all could just exercise a little bit more patience. Like here, I'm gonna call him out for it because somebody in the chat just said, Oskar, ignore the Venmo I sent. Screech has changed my mind on him. So I will ignore whatever they sent about you. I'll thank them for their donation when I get through those. But it's people are very rightfully upset about a lot of stuff that's happening, and I'm not surprised that tensions are so high. But I've just spent enough time in the classroom to know that letting my emotions drive how I handle an engagement is not an effective way to de-escalate it. It's not an effective way to get that student to find a more reasonable path forward. And I've just applied that to conversations with people like you. There are plenty of people who are too far gone. There are people who are never going to be convinced by somebody like me. There are some hateful monsters out there that we need to deal with in society. And I think we do a disservice to the goal of figuring out how to coexist with those people by considering somebody like you to be such a lost cause. I think it makes the problem look much bigger if we think everybody's a lost cause just because they behave the way that you did in the first times you called in. But if I've got a special skill, it might be for seeing through it. And I think I saw through it with you the first time you called in.
Well, thank you. You've helped me throughout. I'm smiling. It's been a while since I've smiled, so I'm doing a lot better. So thank you. And
I'm really glad to hear that, Screechmeister. You keep smiling.
I will. Thank you. And I'll let you go and have some fun with somebody else.
Yeah, I'll keep up the good work, and you do the same.
All right,
Screech,
thank you.
You should be proud of yourself. Okay, it takes a lot to do self-reflection, and 90% of people out there are not capable of the amount of self-reflection that you've done. You should be proud of yourself, too. It has been a pleasure thus far getting to know you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. and I'll talk to you guys.
Oh, I cut him off as he was saying goodbye. Sorry, it's always hard to pick the moment. We were kind of Minnesota goodbying there, but W's in the chat for Screechmeister, and he should be proud. Both of the change and the fact that he's been willing to do the very naked and vulnerable thing of coming back here with his tail between his legs and talking about it openly and telling everybody who's watching about his experience with getting through some of this. I think there's such value in that. I don't care if it causes the views to dwindle. I'm going to give it fucking airtime. We need to sit in the stew of our own W's and just like unpack and you know, when you know, we should do a post-game breakdown whether the game was a win or an L, right? And I think Screechmeister's I think the Screechmeister arc is like the playlist that I am most excited to exist on the YouTube channel when we get caught up on our editing, so we can start cutting all of the regular callers into their own playlists, because I think there are a lot of people in this country like Screechmeister and W Screechmeister. W Screechmeister. And W Emily for another $25 donation on Venmo. Thanks for letting me up. Puerto Rico deserves the understanding and support. Love you guys. Yeah, it's frustrating for me that they're not gung-ho about statehood, because I want them to be a state. I want them to have fair representation, but they're just not, they're not gonna, that's not what they want right now with our political climate. Tino, thank you for the $5. I am going to ignore your message about Screech because he changed his mind. You changed your mind about him. So I appreciate that. Oopsie daisy, clicked the wrong thing. Let's get back to YouTube. There we go. Thank you, Light Blinded Fool, for the $2 on YouTube Super Chat. Maybe trust all women, but verify? Well, you trust credible accusations, right? Like, I think when people say trust all women, it's like, yeah, it's not literally true, because then that just gives any woman the power to ruin a man's life, which we shouldn't do. It's just that the ethos of saying that we should believe Justin Howard, you're gonna get banned for doing that shit. We just spent fucking 20 fucking minutes talking about this shit. God, that made me lose my train of thought. Yeah, it's like we should be more trusting of accusers. We should take accusations more seriously than we do. I'll co-sign that. But I can't literally co-sign believe all women, because it just allows people to make these sorts of accusations. Jace has sent $10 to say, thanks for going through the difficulty of speaking to people like Screech. His turnaround and willingness to be kind of open-minded gives me hope for people like my own father to come back around. Yeah, just got to be patient, you know? There's a lot of kids that I've been like the teacher for, both in my previous job as a high school teacher and in my previous educational jobs prior to that in years past, where like if I were to judge a kid by the first 6 months I knew them instead of the second 6 months I knew them, maybe I was their teacher for a school year. Like, what am I going to do? Hold a grudge against a fucking child? Like, what the fuck? And with somebody like Screech, it's like, all right, maybe it's less reprehensible to hold a grudge against a grown-ass man. But if he's done a lot of growing since the grown-ass man that he was a few months ago, like, what's better? Like, let's just... We got one of the hateful bigots who came up and said some pretty crazy shit on this show to say that he's probably voting blue in November because he realizes that he was on the hateful team. I almost cried just now when he said that he's been smiling a lot more lately and he hasn't smiled in a long time. Jessie, did you catch that?
Dude, was about to cry.
I was sitting here like, oh fuck, I might cry in a like I've cried on the show before. It's no big deal. I'm man enough to cry on my own show. But like I was like, oh fuck, dude, that one got me right in the fucking feels. Because yeah, when I say to the real nasty chuds, like, why are you like this? Like, this looks miserable. Like, I mean it. It's like, this looks like a very unhappy existence. So to see somebody speak openly about coming out of that is just very, very meaningful to me. Thank you, Big Duck, for the $2. W Screechmeister, he's grown so much. Indeed, he has. And Amaranthia sent $5 to say the same. W Screech, W Oscar, and then a bunch of hugging emojis. Yeah, we can all just fucking stew in that and celebrate for a moment that, like, we had something pretty incredible happen on the show. Because his arc was faster than somebody like Iowa Golfers. Iowa Golfer was not as far gone at the beginning, and they're in a pretty similar place, the two of them now, I feel. But it took a lot longer. It took a lot more patience with Iowa than it even did with Screechmeister. But that's just different people, different backgrounds, different upbringings, different thoughts on things. How are we doing on YouTube? 99:30. There is definitely 70 people watching who aren't following me on YouTube, who should be, if you want to be able to watch these shows after the fact. If you want to be able to see, no, the chuds aren't hopeless, go watch episode 121 of the Oskar Quentin show. It's timestamped in the description. Screechmeister coming up and almost making the host cry. YouTube is the place for that, so you should follow at Oskar Quentin Music, or just the name Oskar Quentin on YouTube. It's pretty easy to find me. Linktree in the bio with along with all the pay links and all that stuff. $2 from Lucky Phil to say Mike Tyson came back from credible rape allegations. So did a certain Cheeto in chief. Dean should be fine. Yeah. I wasn't gonna dig too deep. I wasn't gonna get too sidetracked on the Mike Tyson thing. Kind of let that one slide to preserve the W. But I mean, that's the thing with somebody like Screech, is he's gonna say things that are like, oh, dude, that's right, you were a chud. But like Screechmeister like almost doesn't qualify as a chud anymore, which is fascinating. But people will disagree about that. Disagreement can be good. We should talk about it. Araxis, thank you for the $2 on Cash App. COD taught these chuds to respawn IRL. Funny. All right, where's the multi-guest request queue? What do we got? We got an hour left, which means we got plenty of show. We're going to talk to Toucan Sam. I did see that caller who said he had timestamps of me saying that I was really gung-ho about abolishing the Senate. He was back in the queue, but he left. So he's got 57 more minutes to try to prove that what he said about me was true. Because I'm just not interested in having that guy back up. Toucan Sam, take your phone out of your pocket. You're getting connected. Hop back in the TikTok app. Nope, didn't happen. We're gonna talk to Nick Beat 1. Hello, how old are you?
I'm old. I'm old enough to be your dad.
Yeah, how old? Just tell me.
57.
57. Okay. Do you support Trump?
No.
Why have you called in?
I just appreciate you. I wanted to call and say thanks for your practice and what you're doing here. I did have some ideas of a topic I'd like to bring up that might help us, I don't know, support what you're doing.
Yeah, if you want to, I'll probably disconnect you and maybe speak for a little bit. But what are they? I'll give you a second to give me a topic.
Well, I think regardless of who's president or what's going on, for one, I think we're all a little focused on personalities and not policies. So I think we get all hung up on, is this person a bad person? If he is, then everything they said is wrong. I think you said something about that in the past about sources. So I just wanted to mention that because that was kind of in the conversation. But one activist kind of thing that I do, which I think is kind of not invasive and personal, is that I don't buy anything new. Oh, can you hear me?
No, you just cut out for a second. I don't
think
you lost much. Yeah, you're good.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, I got a headset. So I don't buy new things. I try not to consume. And I think when I see rampant capitalism, I think that maybe if all of us figured out a way to just not spend money on the things we don't really need, like live Depression era style, and instead of spending money on corporations that buy and sell things, I
want to see if you're proud of me.
Try to do more for each other.
I want to see if you're proud of me, because we set up a new studio last week. So the first thing that me and Jessie did was we drove around to a bunch of thrift stores to get as much of the stuff off of our list that we could used. And then when we were done, what did we buy new, Jessie? Was it just this IKEA desk?
The IKEA desk is new.
I think that's it.
That's
right?
it. Yeah.
All the foam was all the foam for sound deadening and stuff. We got at like local surplus places and stuff like that. We've got some more that we need to do. Got some lighting from Facebook Marketplace. Dude, my soft lighting is, I have a paper towel draped over a clamp lamp, and that's been working. That's good enough. I don't need to fucking spend $100 on fucking ring lights to get good lighting. This is decent enough.
But I think that has a powerful effect, right? That has a powerful effect. I don't know why you did that. Maybe I think most of us kind of do it because it's cheaper. But I think in terms of like a movement, if a lot of us could do this, what I've heard is that it'll destroy the economy. It'll ruin everything, and it's very kind of privileged to talk that way. So it's a concept and it's a discussion that I think it doesn't require that I make somebody else like pay money or do anything. It's just something that I kind of do myself. I don't give anyone else a hard time if they don't. But gosh, what would happen if we all did that? It would probably mess with the stock market, right? It would probably mess with the economy. And I know you've talked to economists here, so I guess I'm kind of asking you to talk a little bit about, what do you think would happen if we took all the steps we want to do, like on the more center left of like, hey, what are some steps we can do?
I'm across the board against any sort of reasoning about labor that wants to create labor or productivity just for the sake of labor or productivity. So when people say, no, I don't want my job to become automated because I'll lose my job, I say, you are fighting against human progress out of self-preservation. I hear you. It's very disappointing that the rich people who own the robots that are replacing you are not using that to benefit society, but it's not a progressive solution to say that you should work your unproductive job just so society can give you a paycheck. I don't think that that's good reasoning. So I can see that like me buying something that otherwise was going to end up in the landfill is maybe like at a thrift store on Facebook Marketplace or something like that is like bad for whoever's job it is to make the new stuff. But when I think about it in terms of the equation of how human capital is being spent on what quality of life is like for people, it is far less wasteful of human capital for me to benefit from human capital that happened in the past, labor that happened in the past when the used object I was buying was being made. And in the same way that the person whose job gets replaced by a robot gets freed up to do something else, maybe somebody gets freed up to do something else because we reduce, reuse, and recycle a little bit more than we consume. Remember, everybody, there's an order of operations there. Reduce the things you need, reuse the things you can, recycle the things you're able to in that order. And then when you run out of those options, that's when you buy something new. Doing that does create a problem for people who benefit from producing new things, which is why people need to get the fuck on the same page as me about designing a society that doesn't allow that trend in human productivity to fuck over the poor. So this just comes back to wealth consolidation at the top. Sure, it's going to be disruptive of the economy. Lots of things that are going to be good for humanity will be.
I'd love to hear more about your ideal. What comes with that, I think, is that sense of the community is kind of doing things for each other more, less dependent on some higher, financial power to buy and sell things to us. What else is there that kind of makes up this world for you? I really appreciate what if you're just kind of doing here, and I think you've got a practice that seems to be driven by a vision for an ideal, right? That's a big question.
Yeah, I mean, are you just asking about like more ways that I try to walk that walk while talking that talk? Because there's lots of random little things that I do.
Tell us whatever you feel like telling. I don't care. It's your show.
I used to order a lot of things on Amazon because I used to run this business where I would buy and sell like electronics that I would like repair or refurbish. So I would like solder new like capacitors onto a circuit board for a TV or like whatever, like refurbish a computer, whatever things. I'd make my buck doing that. So every week or so I'd have a big list of things that are like, all right, I need like all this crap off of Amazon. So I used to have a big basket full of Amazon packages that I'd pick up from the post office and like bring home. I was doing all this consuming, and I kind of justified it to myself as like, all right, I'm buying some crap on Amazon so that I can refurbish these things and keep them in the secondhand market instead of having somebody buy it. Right. So I like afforded myself that. But when I moved away from that, when I stopped doing that, and I moved from the house I was living in to this crappy apartment building that I live in now, and I didn't have the PO box then, I just like, there was this moment where I was like, I need to figure out a way to get Amazon packages delivered because they'll get stolen, because the USPS can get in my building and get the package in the door, but like Amazon's just going to leave them on the porch, like on the steps of my building in this like kind of crummy neighborhood that I live in, and they'll just get stolen. And it was like a month of pondering that where I was like, fuck it, I'm just not going to order anything on Amazon ever again because it's fucking evil and I don't have a good reason to. And even though I was broke, I was like, fuck it, like instead of dealing with that problem, I'll buy a $15 spatula in person instead of a $10 spatula on Amazon. And that change, and I've tried to create that change in a lot of other places in my life. And now that, I can just admit I read the donations out loud. People know I'm not broke anymore. And now that I'm not broke, I'm really honored that I don't have to like order some cheap fast food if I'm in like a real hurry for a meal. I can go sit down at like a local restaurant that's run by a family that lives here. I can support my local community in that way. So I've tried to replace Amazon with the local equivalents. I've tried to do that sort of thing. And there's just lots of areas where I do that, where like the one evil one I still have is that like every 2 or 3 months I go to Target, which I hate, but it's like there's like 5 or 6 things that I run out of periodically where it's just like, no, I just need to, like, the only place I can get these couple of supplements I take, or just whatever couple things it is, where like Aldi, which is like the grocery store that I really appreciate their business model here in the Midwest. Like I like shopping there. I like supporting them. I like getting most of what I need from there, but their business model means that the fancy 10% of stuff that you might need, they're just not going to have. So I think that if we all just, if I can preach that message of all of us walking through our life thinking a little bit harder about what our dollar does for the world around us when we spend it, I think that'll take a lot of power away from people like Jeffrey Epstein, or not Jeffrey Epstein, Jeffrey Bezos, Jeff Bezos. They're both evil.
All of them.
Fuck them.
All the Jeffs.
All the Jeffs. Fuck the Jeffs. Sorry, Jeffs, listening. But yeah, so I think that it takes quite a bit of personal responsibility to be the change, and you just have to be the type of person that knows that most of society, like if you're well behaved in that way, most people are going to be worse behaved than you, and you're just taking greater personal harm, greater cost, greater reduction in utility, if we want to use some of the economic or philosophical terms around this stuff. Like I can accept the fact that I'm allowing a greater negative utility to myself in furtherance of that goal, even if it's to the benefit of somebody who's buying a bunch of shit on Amazon and not behaving in that way. Like I'm still making the world a better place, and I just got to pull a little bit more of my own weight in that way, so that it's okay that there's some people who aren't going to pull their own weight in that way. So it comes down to a little bit of personal responsibility in behaving ethically in the world around us, because we all have to do. There are a lot of unnecessary evils in 2026 in this capitalistic world we live in.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm with you, man.
People say no ethical consumerism under capitalism, and I say, like, yeah, I think you're probably right, but we do all need to eat. So maybe if we could reduce how unethical our consumerism is, that's maybe we can call that progress.
Yeah, I'm with you. I would love to see a movement. I'd love to see more people understanding that. I think awareness is part of the problem. People are in their little space and they don't understand the harm they're causing. What changed my mind a long time ago was a video called The Story of Stuff. I don't know if you ever looked that up, if you've never watched it. But I thought it was really enlightening. It might have been something you watched when you were young. I made the kids watch or something when you were a teacher. But I'm a big fan of that, and a big fan of you. I don't want to take a lot of your time. I want to listen to you argue with people that need your help.
The guy who lied about my position is back with the receipts. So we're gonna do that next. But I appreciate your time.
Good times, man. Thanks.
W. Nick, conversation that I felt was worth more than the 10 seconds that I offer any random friendly caller. 7 sent $5 on YouTube Super Chat to say Lang protest, better no one shows up equals no profit from views and dies out, or show up because saying no hate here is more important. Super important fucking question. Straightforwardly. If we could get nobody to show up, that would be best. That will not work. There are enough people angry that some people will show up. So because some people are going to show up, I think it's better that a lot of people show up than very few people show up. Ideally, nobody would show up. Nobody nobody representing the friendlies would show up. That's the best option. I don't have control over that because some people are going to show up, but I do have control over changing it from some people showing up to a lot of people showing up, because I do think a lot of people showing up to show support for the community and show for support for what's right is better than very few people showing up, because if people are going to show up, we still want our crowd to be bigger than theirs. That's important. Furthermore, very controversial, I'm just going to say it, word on the street, the attitude from my friends in the protest community is as follows. People of color should not show up to this thing. It is a hate event against non-white people. I'm a white person. We got this one. If there's going to be a fucking race war in downtown Minneapolis, it should be bad white people versus good white people. So, like, that's a controversial way to speak candidly about this sort of thing. But, like, I'm mostly just regurgitating what people in the protest community here who I really respect and value, who are not white, have told me their thoughts on it are. So my advice is, if you're white, show up and be peaceful and de-escalate. Make your voice heard louder than theirs. If you're not white, we got you on this one. Let Jake Lang be our problem. I'll deal with him. It's pretty fucking controversial to just issue an instruction to the public that's like, white people do this, non-white people do something else. But we're dealing with like an actual Nazi, not like a trolley chud Nazi. This is a fucking insurrectionist. This is a pardon J6er. This is a dangerous person who has assaulted. I say he's assaulted me. I've caught a whiff of his pepper spray when he's at these things. I'm not trying to like steal valor on the people that he's like really aggressively assaulted, like really directly assaulted. But, you know, when I say that he indiscriminately maces crowds of people, I've been in that crowd. So yeah, that's my stance on that. I wish we could get nobody to show up. I don't think that's possible. So unfortunately, we should show up. And you guys know what I mean when I say we in that sentence. Fuck that guy. All right, satirical JJ's back, and apparently he's got receipts on me wanting to abolish the Senate, which I don't. I said maybe. Like, maybe that's the solution in 20 or 50 years or something. But he says that I go around promoting that we should abolish the Senate. Do you have your receipts?
Well, here, I have a conversation of you. You're not directly saying exactly what I said. Like, you didn't say it was badass.
Oh,
but,
so you were unable to find evidence for your claim that I had said something that I didn't? Is that what I'm hearing?
Do you think you quote everything you hear, like, down to the syllable?
Which episode number?
It should be episode number 118 at the 2 hours, 7 minute, and 36 second mark.
Right,
talking to this guy about fascist, and you tell him that, abolishing the Senate would be a way to get fascist out.
2 hours, 7 minutes, and 30 seconds?
Yep.
All right.
I mean, you can say that's not what you're saying, but it sounds like that's what you're saying.
I mean, here, I'm just going to...
You can play the clip, yeah.
Yes,
let people think.
That's what I'm going to do. So here,
maybe put it back like 10 seconds from the 30
I did. I actually put it back 30 seconds from the...
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, so we can all just judge together if your perception on this thing is at all accurate.
It sounds like you're calling for the abolishment, so you can tell me.
Well, when we can judge whether or not your interpretation that this is me calling for the abolishment of the Senate is what I was doing. Because again, I will clarify for everybody, in this episode, I have also said that maybe that's the solution. I'm just not pushing for that. I'm not confident about that. I think the Senate needs reform. That's the only thing I'm confident about. Let's see what I said. Episode 117, so this is like 4 days ago. Pee poo poo poo. Eggplant.
No, 118,
peach,
118,
peach.
118.
118, oh, did I mishear you?
Yeah, my bad.
That was the pee pee poo. Good morning, everybody. This is the Oskar Quentin Show.
Or are you trying to get us to show the pee pee poo poo clip?
That was just a happy accident. All right, is this the correct one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, do you believe that you can vote fascism out?
I think it's logically possible. I'm not that certain about the future.
Then yeah, you're a liberal. If you think that you can reform a inherently white supremacist fascist country, you're
so for example, if we used democracy to get some leadership elected sometime in the next few decades.
You don't live in a democracy. We live in a plutocratic oligarchy.
Great. If we used the current system to elect some people who wanted to have a constitutional convention and maybe do something extreme, like abolish the Senate because it gives disproportionate control to small states like Wyoming.
It wouldn't happen.
So that's what I have so
Never
far.
mind.
I mean,
we don't have any current system.
I know there's
never
other
mind then.
instances.
Wait, are you... Sorry, I couldn't actually hear you because I didn't feel like we were done. Is that all you've got?
I mean, he kind of cuts you off and you go into rambling.
Yeah, dude, I said, for example, if this happened. That's all you've got?
How is that not calling for the abolishment?
For example, if I shot you in the face, would that be an assault?
That's not what you were talking about. You were telling this guy, this is how we're going to get fascism out of our country.
No, he didn't even let me finish.
Well, you were gonna finish.
Shut up. Let's see where it goes.
Current systems are like capitalists.
I don't believe.
Can you name any
never
parties that are not?
No, it never happened.
They're pro-capitalist.
Crazy. It would never happen. I started playing the disingenuous game of just like telling him that anything he proposes, I'm just gonna say it's never gonna happen, so that like to stymie the conversation.
That's what you said about you proposed, though. You proposed abolishing the Senate.
No, he said that you can't vote yourself out of fascism, and I don't remember exactly where we were in the conversation, but I was just trying to propose a situation where that did happen, and you're saying that this is me calling for the abolition of the Senate?
So it was just a certain
ban
nuance
or no
scenario.
ban in the chat for this disingenuous lying caller.
I'm so disingenuous.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you've never asked about abolishing the Senate. You've never talked about it.
I've talked about abolishing. No, shut your fucking mouth, dude. I talked about it with you. It gets talked about, but the idea that I am promoting, like, oh, we got to abolish the Senate. We got to make sure we elect politicians who are going to abolish the Senate. That's not me. That's not what I'm saying. People are going to cut me saying that 3 seconds ago and go, look, here's a clip of Oskar saying it. No, dude, it's horseshit.
All right, dude. All right, I'll see where you are in a couple years when you call for abolishing the Senate. I'll see you, Rex. Have a good one.
You had to move the goalpost to me doing it 2 years in the future instead of 4 days in the past. Unbelievable. Jessie, the other account's teacupped. I bet that phone is running out of battery. Is that what's going on?
Yeah.
Here, you can just that USB that's plugged in right in front of you. Like, no, leave the phone on the mouse pad. There's a USB thing. Unplug that and plug it back in. It'll get the phone charging again. That phone's on its last legs. It's like taped to a fucking Qi charger. Did I ban David? I don't even remember. I feel like I was like, it was like Sunday. I was like not in the mood for it. I like wasn't entertained by him. What's going on, David?
Oh, you're salty.
I think you probably walk through your life thinking that lots of people are salty, but it's just that people who have to deal with you become salty.
Oh.
I think that gives you a saltier. You're wearing salty lensed glasses because everybody who interacts with you becomes salty. Lucky Phil, thank you for the $2. She said pee pee poo poo. That didn't have to do with you, David. That one came in before.
Are you going to be okay during this conversation, or are you going to crash?
I don't know. We'll see. Haven't had a performative crash out on the show in a little while. We're kind of due for one.
Just crashed on that guy.
Okay, I think what he did was really disingenuous and shitty, and he deserved it.
So you crashed on him.
Okay.
All right, have another drink of water because you're going to need it.
Stay hydrated, folks. It's important.
So, how is adding members to the Senate not abolishing the Senate?
Because there'd still be a Senate. And just change the number of senators that each state gets?
Well, why don't we just get rid of it and just do the House then? Because that's what the House does.
I think that the system for like handling legislation with the two different chambers, because what's going on is that when you have regional representation for the House of Representatives, and then you have statewide representation for the Senate. I like that system. The thing I don't like about the Senate is that we have the same number of senators for each state.
Sure.
Because a person who lives in Minnesota doesn't vote for every representative in the House of Representatives from Minnesota, just the one for their congressional district, which makes the House function in a very different way than the Senate, where everybody in a state votes for the senators that they have. I like that system. I like the idea that we do a popular vote within a state for senators, and we do a regional vote within state for representatives. That I like. I just don't like that the number of senators is so disparate based on the populations of the states.
I understood it. I didn't need an hour-long presentation on it.
There's 1,000 people watching, and I'm the reason I'm successful at this is because I'm good at explaining things in a way that makes sure everybody watching is up to speed. So it's not all about you, David.
Okay. So once we add the members, right? We add we make the Senate bigger, basically, right?
Potential. That's one potential solution. Like I said, I don't actually have a staunch position about how we should fix the Senate. So, but yes, that would add members to it. You need more than 100 to get like some kind of proportional representation, which is why
I get your point.
Okay.
I get it. Okay. So once we do that, does that change how the Senate functions?
Yeah, that reforms the way the Senate functions.
Okay. If we change how the Senate functions, is that in theory the same as abolishing the Senate we have today?
No.
Well, if it functions completely differently than it
doesn't function completely differently. It functions differently in some ways, but not other ways.
Well, how would it function differently?
The number of senators would change.
Right. So would the power dynamic change?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So if you change the power dynamic, is it a completely different body at that point?
Do you think that adding an amendment to the Constitution would be the same as abolishing the Constitution?
Did I ask you to pivot?
I'm testing your reasoning using a reduction by absurdity.
Did I ask you to pivot?
You don't have to ask me to do anything, David. I do whatever the fuck I want. This is my show.
Oh, now we're going to crash. All right. That's about as long as it took.
You're going to run from my question? You're going to run. He's a runner.
You're going to crash.
He's a runner. He's a runner. Then don't
crash.
run. Answer my question. Don't run. Let's talk about it.
Sit here while you
I don't think that changing something is the same as abolishing it. That's not what the words mean.
All right. If we pack the Supreme Court,
I'm sorry. Why are you pivoting, David? Why are you pivoting to the Supreme Court? We're talking about the Senate. You didn't like my pivot to the Constitution. I'm not going to like your pivot to the Supreme Court.
Well, it's the same thing.
Nope. You didn't let me do it. I'm not going to let you do it. That sounds fair, doesn't it? Unlike our Senate representation, that sounds very fair to me.
Oh my God, I can't when you crash. I can't have a conversation. All right, see ya. Have a good day. Good luck with the grift.
Toodles, you running bitch. Goodbye.
Does YouTube Super Chat censor you? I tried to send bitch in YouTube Super Chat so many times.
Did it give me, I wonder if it gave me the money. Elusive Viper sent $2 to say we abolish the Senate every 2 years in elections. Yeah, because we changed the power structure in them. Also, I brought up the Constitution because it is something we have changed. Like, that's the best argument David's ever brought me, that changing something is the same as abolishing it. It's a terrible argument, but it is the most collected argument he's ever brought me. So I'll give him a point for that. Jason sent $2 to say David doesn't understand what abolish means. Correct. He does not understand what abolish means. And David also just like won't spend more than 90 seconds on my show because like he's the one who's at risk of crashing out. It's real projection, and he knows that it's good for my wallet if he crashes out on my show. So when I get his fifis a cooking, he gets to running so that I don't get to make my buck off of it. But if you want me to, you can go to the link tree in my bio, find the Venmo, Cash App, Buy Me a Coffee, or Patreon that pays for this show and this wonderful new studio that I get to broadcast from, Studio B, because Studio A is a studio apartment that I fucking live in. I've been doing the show from my bedroom, living room, kitchen, and music studio for fucking 6 months. So I'm very glad to have my apartment back so I can like renovate it and like get new furniture and shit because it's just a shithole.
Hey, while we're talking about Studio B, I just want to come back to good old YouTube chat here. When I was vulnerable enough to show you guys the producer chair, y'all hated on me for how bad that Oskar is background mogging me right now. And I just really have something to fucking say about that.
Wait, are you gonna join? Oh, here, yeah.
Make me big, buddy.
I'll make you a star, Jessie.
Background mogging now. All right. You guys thought I was paying attention to the stream. You're fucking wrong. Okay. This took me the whole day.
I kept on looking over and seeing you like put. I was like, why are you doing that now? But no, now.
Because I was upset. You were in the bathroom and they were being mean to me. I'm putting my bathrobe back on. Yeah. So.
Very, very. By the way, this was the plan. That was going to be the poster wall anyway. But no, we did it for the bit today. W Jessie.
Take me off, please.
Thank you, Jessie. All right, and then let's see. Felix sent two pounds to say $2 to support the grift. Do you call them bucks over there? Those are pounds, aren't they? Quid, $2 for the grift, right? Isamax sent $2 to say Studio A is a fucking vibe and I miss it. It will return, and Studio A will go back to being like the honest, this is Oskar's home studio where like my instruments are in the background and it's cluttered and stuff. Like we're going to maintain that vibe. We are just going to make it better in a bunch of other ways. I just need like better storage and like, you know, I need to put like my storage up by the ceiling so I have more room on the floor for like more gear and stuff like that. But we got big plans here at Oskar Quentin Studios. So once we have Studio A back up and running, we're going to keep Studio B up and running. And we're gonna do more stuff with that. So if you support the endeavor, you guys know what to do. But we're gonna talk to the proletariat. He's in the chat. Let's see if he has something particular to add or if he was just trying to say hi. What's going on, Crow?
I'm gonna upset chat because I'm coming up here with the angle of I can actually almost understand David's argument, which means I am now for a brief moment. David, write this down. Write this down, 8/18/2026, 2:31 Eastern Standard Time. Somebody actually understood your argument and came to actually explain it better.
Let's hear it.
Are you familiar with Theseus' ship?
Pud says I should ban you. No, I am familiar with the ship of Theseus. It's the ship where maintenance workers replace one piece of it at a time, but eventually it becomes a completely new ship because all of the parts have been replaced one at a time over the years.
I would argue that enough change done over time is the same as abolition. Using Theseus' ship.
I could recognize that argument and point out that there are elements of the Senate that have been unchanged since our last constitutional convention in, I always get the year wrong. What was it? 1787 and then ratified 1789? Did I get it right? I don't know. Historians double check me on that one.
Yeah,
so
yes, all of Discord's chat mad because I said I'm going to come up and I'm going to defend David, and I'm mad that I have to do this. But it's the only way that David's right. The only way David's right is within the confines of Theseus' ship.
Well, okay, like I could recognize the argument, but I would just argue that like the keel of the ship has not been changed in this case. Like, so it doesn't work because there's like some fundamental things about the Senate that haven't been changed.
Well, so the reason that I bring this up is because my thesis back when I was in my poli-sci masters was a comparative analysis of the American prison industry versus the European restorative models. Mm-hmm. And I argue that to get to the restorative models, we would actually have to shape the prison history over the span of like 2 decades, and then also work on public perception of prisoners post-release. And I literally framed it around like the entire Ship of Theseus mental model is just changing pieces over time until the thing we get to is unrecognizable from the place we started, because that's the only way you would get the public to buy into the new model in the United States.
I would actually argue that if this is such a weird thing that we're like having a nuanced debate about David's argument. I love this bit. Okay, here's I have a better counter argument.
Do you like that we're having a better argument about David? Better discussion about David?
No. This is good. Let me cook. Okay, so I could argue that if we removed rules about the Senate and replaced them with different rules, that we could Ship of Theseus our way to having a completely abolished and replaced Senate. But unless we have a constitutional convention, which we did in the 1700s, once 13 years after the colonies declared independence from Europe, we did the constitutional convention because the federal and state governments just weren't, like the states weren't like cooperating very well at the federal level. Like the system didn't work, so we redid it. But we could Ship of Theseus our way to different Senate rules. But because the Constitution, without a constitutional convention, is a palimpsest, which is a document that keeps being changed and updated, but never having anything removed from it, it's just becoming a scribbled, tangled mess. That a palimpsest.
Let's talk about the Prohibition Amendment. We didn't remove the Prohibition Amendment. We just made another amendment. That said, hey,
exactly. So I could argue that if we make some sort of alteration to the Senate rules using amendments, we wouldn't have a Ship of Theseus situation. We are just adding to the currently palimpsestic situation with the Constitution, because the Senate rules are established in the Constitution, which as it sits, unless we have a constitutional convention, is a palimpsest, not a Ship of Theseus. So for David to be right and say that we've abolished the Senate, it would require a constitutional convention. So unless we reform the Senate through a constitutional convention, I would say no, abolition cannot be a word that we're going to use through this already very tenuous Ship of Theseus argument.
Before David gets excited wherever he's listening, I want you to understand, David, I'm not actually even on your side. I'm a Jeffersonian. I think we should have already redone the Constitution like 20 times in our history, all right? So, like, I'm fully on the we need to rewrite everything anyway.
I think that if we had a constitutional convention like every 25 years to package all of the Supreme Court precedent back into a new and better Constitution, instead of allowing our constitutional order to become 250 years of top-heavy Jenga blocks, where like the foundation's a very small document and there's this enormous tower of like messy documents and case precedent on top of it. If we had just done it every 25 or 50 years, we wouldn't be in such a situation right now where it's so daunting a task to think about doing a constitutional convention, because it would not be hard to rewrite the Constitution in modern English and put all of the amendments just into the original language of it, so that like we just don't have this, like one amendment canceling another one out, all this palimpsestic garbage. That wouldn't be that hard to do. But what's really hard to do is to cover all of the Supreme Court precedent that depends on the Constitution, because every single Supreme Court case gets thrown into question if we reform the Constitution in that way and get rid of all the palimpsestic nature of it. So I'm kind of with you on that I wish it had gone that way, and I think that a constitutional convention becomes necessary. People who don't know their world history might not be aware that 237 years we've been cooking on the same palimpsestic constitution. That's a very long time for a constitution to last on the world stage. Like we are breaking some crazy record on depending on a fucking 250-year-old document. If you look at countries where there's been strife, like a lot of countries rewrote their constitutions after World War II because borders changed or policies changed or approach to military hegemony in the world changed. Like, it's very rare for a country to last this long on one constitution, and we have something to be proud of there, but we also have a problem on our hands because of it.
In the same vein, do you understand why we stopped at 9 Supreme Court justices?
I don't know the answer to that question. No.
So originally, we were supposed to have one for every federal district. So when you hear people throwing around the number 13, there's a reason for it. There's 12 circuit courts plus a tiebreaker that makes 13, because there was always supposed to be a Supreme Court justice for every circuit, because back in the day, they would take some time off from like the Supreme Court and do what was called riding the circuit. They would go down to their district. They would make sure the judges in their district were like following their rulings. They would explain their rulings to their own justices, et cetera, et cetera. It was the entire purpose of having a Supreme Court justice for every circuit court. We stopped it once because remember the entire like Obama thing where we delayed an appointment so that he didn't get one and blah blah blah, like all the stuff that got us in the mess we're in now.
I hate to interrupt you, Crow, but the coffee's done its work on me. I got to run to the restroom again.
Go ahead.
I'll finish
the lesson for chat. I'll finish the lesson
for chat and talk to Jessie. I just 4-hour shows. I haven't dialed it in yet. I gotta get better at this.
Gotta get like a cork or something. So the nutshell version is back in the day, there was a scenario like the Obama Supreme Court appointment, right, where one party didn't want the other party to be able to approve a Supreme Court justice. So they froze it. And then they get in power, they unfreeze it, get us to 9, and then they refreeze it again so that this doesn't happen again. And from that point forward, we never unfroze that system. So if you look in the Constitution, we should have, right now, 13 Supreme Court justices based on how the Supreme Court was formed. But because of a pause button hit back in the day that we never unpaused, we just haven't.
Oh. Well, I didn't know that. Yeah. Do you think any administration is actually going to take the steps to fix that, though? Because sometimes, like, the broken
It's one of the spiciest button because the American people don't understand we're supposed to have 13 right now.
Yeah. And as I was saying, like, those broken stairs kind of got left in the dust and just moved past, and like our government forms around them, if you know what I'm saying. Like, you're aware of the allegory of the broken stair, right? Yeah. So I just personally don't foresee that being resolved.
These are what I always try to explain to people as political wedge issues.
Mm-hmm.
Part of the reason we're having such like an outcry against trans folks and migrants right now actually has to do with the Roe v. Wade being overturned, because neither party actually wants to solve a wedge issue, right? It gives them something to run on. It's an easy platform piece. So when Roe got overturned, Republicans were kind of left like the dog that caught the car. They're like, "Fuck! Wait, we can't run on it anymore. Fuck! Find something else right now. Fuck it. Trans folks, migrants, you, tag. Let's go. I need a new wedge issue right now."
Yeah. And I mean, it's not the first time, trans folks and migrants have, they're going to continue to be that thing that that people throw out. Like, yeah, but are you paying attention to this thing that affects like 4 people, but it's easy to get outraged over?
That's why I always recommend the same book over and over, Folk Devils and Moral Panics by Stanley Cohen. He wrote this back in the 70s. It explains how when people in power need everybody to just kind of like do what they want, they just put a folk devil, a fake enemy in front of them so that they can all rally around it. It's been people of color, it's been LGBT folks, it's been migrants. For a minute there in the 80s, it got real weird, but it was video games and music. But it's the same playbook since forever.
I that one's been sitting on my recommendation list since you brought it. That sounds like something I should definitely read. Man, what is this loser in the chat upset about? He's like mad at me. Get muted for spamming or something. And beef jerky will help me retain water. I use beef jerky for like long drives or sometimes long shifts when I used to work long shifts at a job that wasn't in this room. Maybe I should eat some beef jerky in the morning, but that sounds like probably a lot of beef jerky. I'll piss off the vegetarians if I eat beef jerky on the show, but
not only that, but it's getting more expensive, dude. Like, I was at Quick Trip and I was looking at the prices of that. It was painful. Couldn't do it. Couldn't justify it.
Dean Fisher is saying, "No, Oscar, Will is abusing his power, muting me for no reason." Actually, there's this thing where we mute people who use all caps or spam, and you're doing both. So I'm going to mute you again. Good job, Will. W mods. Thank you, Felix, for the £2. Oh wait, I already read that one. Thank you anyway. And Stubbs sent $2 to say this is specifically for Jesse's efforts today. I do love the background.
Thank you.
Yeah, they're only a little crooked.
They're not. None of them are crooked.
No, the whole thing is crooked. The whole thing is off by like.
Don't believe you.
You don't. Hold on.
I'm a lifelong Fallout fan, so I'm a real big fan of the poster dead center.
Your chair is crooked.
Hold on. How do I turn this around? Can I flip the camera? It's crooked. Wait, I'll make it big. Whoop, there we go.
It's totally not.
It's crooked.
It's totally not. Look, it lines up with the
Look at the outlet. Look at the outlet. Look at the poster next to the
outlet is crooked.
The outlet's crooked?
That outlet, look.
Okay, yeah, you're right. The outlet is leaning to the right, but I swear the poster's leaning to the left.
Compared to the lamp.
We'll get a level on it. We'll check. We'll figure it out. Oh man.
Consider the outlet's crooked.
I decided not to get.
No, she's right. The outlet is crooked, but I don't think the outlet is crooked enough to explain how crooked the posters are.
No, you're wrong about that.
Wait, no. Hold on. Jessie.
There are levels on iPhones. Hold on.
Wait, no. Use the lamp. Move the lamp closer to the posters. Okay, let's turn this around.
Oscar, that's not going to work if the floor's crooked.
The building's not that crooked. Hold on.
I didn't think my bathrobe. The one day I decided to wear a bathrobe on street.
Yeah, see, look how the posters are leaning to the left relative to the lamp, which is straight. All right, this is fun for everybody, I'm sure. Let's go back to the show.
Us doesn't lean to the left. Shit, we know Charlie Kirk did. I mean,
fuck. Jason, thank you for the $2 on Venmo. David doesn't understand what abolish means. I already read that one. Thank you, Jason. But he sent another one, didn't he? I accidentally opened Kelly's first. She sent $3 to say, shout out to Jessie for the 80s pinup from Axeman. I have the entire set of 9. Ooh, that's a local ass reference. Yes.
It is, and you nailed it. I have another one that I bought, but it's in the other room, so I haven't hung it up yet.
Yeah, okay.
I love those pinup posters.
W Jessie for Peak Fallout poster also enabled the grift. Thank you for the $5, Jason.
I just don't think Oscar understands your art, Jessie, and honestly, that's fucking crazy.
I adore Jessie's art. I just acknowledge when it is crooked.
Somebody knew Death Pact earlier, which is in the corner there. Shout out to people recognizing like small DJs and stuff, because that's the majority of these posters are like local shows I went to with like smaller touring DJs.
Lucky Phil sent $2 to say, you did it wrong. Pee pee poo poo, eggplant, preach peach, or peach.
Literally KYS.
I don't think you can say that on TikTok.
My bad.
One degree crooked is too many. She does have a level on it. Okay, if that poster's straight, this building is crooked as fuck.
I thought like we were fine with things not being straight here. God, Oscar, come on, be better.
Thank you, Jazz, for the $2 on YouTube Super Chat. Everything beef is expensive thanks to RFK's worms. Yep. Every pee-pee poo-poo time is pee-pee time. Not every pee-pee time is poo-poo time. Usually. What the fuck are we doing? What has happened to my show today? Where have we gone? What does Chair Mayor have to say? We're having a little bit of friendly time, I think.
Yeah, I kind of figured it looked like friendly time. And Crow, you always seem to know about the inane historical details. Do you know about how they've used retirement benefits to alter the makeup of the Supreme Court?
I do not.
So, especially in the beginning, SCOTUS judges couldn't afford to stay SCOTUS judges. They would eventually have to leave the bench so that they could make money. And one of the ways, especially in the earlier days of the court, they would just adjust it so that you could stay a SCOTUS judge longer because now you got retirement benefits. And in turn, when they wanted SCOTUS judges off, they would take away their retirement benefits so that they had to leave the job to start building a retirement fund.
Well, I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either. Also, I want to correct myself because somebody in your YouTube chat is in their minds. Yeah, I misspoke. It's not the Constitution that says that originally outlined how many Supreme Court justices there are. It's the Judiciary Act of 1869. I can accept that's the wrong thing.
The Constitution said almost nothing. It just said you need a Supreme Court.
It says, hey, these people exist. It's the Judiciary Act that outlined what I said.
Well, and you know, like, I like the idea of a constitutional convention every 25 years, but look at what has happened in our lifetime by having the census on a regular schedule, they were able to pack state houses at the right time so that right as the census got done, reapportionment gets done.
Well, that's the thing. I can wax philosophically about how I wish that we had like a less palimpsestic constitution and a less top-heavy Jenga tower of constitutional precedent from the Supreme Court. That doesn't mean that there's not a whole rat's nest of issues to contend with if we do something different. So that's why I sit and like kind of think out loud about it on the show with friends that are knowledgeable about it and have interesting thoughts about it. And I'm not going to say like, yeah, we have to do this. So the caller, like the one who said that I was like in favor of abolishing the Senate, he's the type of person who might watch this episode and be like, oh, Oskar's trying to make sure there's a constitutional convention. Oskar's platform is all about a constitutional convention. When I'm just kind of sitting here like, got a little bit of a problem with a messy constitution on our hands. Wonder what we should do about that. Is like my actual firm stance on it. Instead of, I'm not going to waste what influence I have over this country through my platform, like trying to urge people to have a constitutional convention fucking 30 years from now. I'm going to tell people that they should vote for some people who aren't rapists in November. That's important.
Well, I do think there's something to be said. It's a shame that people today don't understand how often we used to change the Constitution. I mean, they came in fits and spurts, but like if you average it out, there was an amendment every 20 years of the history. But the last one was passed in 97, and that was a bill, that was an amendment that was proposed in like the 1800s.
I do think we need to address it somehow. Like, I mean, there are a lot of things that I think are problematic about the way our government works that would require either an amendment or a constitutional convention to address. I just, like so many other things, I'm not going to pretend I have the clairvoyance of knowing what it's going to take to get the American political climate to a place where I'm comfortable with that happening. Because, of course, I fear that if we did something like that now-ish, I worry about the sort of things that would end up in a new constitution or in a new amendment or something like that. I think we need to do that during much less interesting times. You don't talk about renovating the house while it's on fire.
Yeah, well, you get amendments passed the other way right now, which is, 2/3 adoption by the states and yada yada. I'm kind of pissed because, what was it? The ERA technically could have been put into the Constitution during Biden's presidency. I am a bigger fan of Biden than most of my contemporaries, and I thought that was a mistake that he made. He could have pushed it and put the ERA in the Constitution. We could have had a new amendment.
There's 51 people watching who aren't following me on YouTube. Don't you think? There's got to be, right? There's got to be 51 people who are watching who aren't following me on YouTube who could be following me on YouTube, so we could end the show with me having 10,000 YouTube subscribers. Right? Right? Sorry for interrupting, Chair Bro.
Oh no, you're good. I was also going to say with the house, contractors say that building a house is a series of covering up mistakes, because you put the frame up way out of square, then you put the drywall up a little bit less out of square. I used to have to do a lot of built-ins, and you never assume walls are square.
Yeah. And it's like, people can present a thing that's not square about a particular solution, and it's like, let's not expect anything to be perfect. Let's just...
Oh, I meant with the posters.
Oh, I thought you were using it as an analogy for the fucking... Oh, man. David's back in the chat. That's very funny. David's back in the chat. We actually had a conversation about your argument with somebody mature enough to actually have the argument, David. We had Proletariat stand in for you because you're too much of a bitch to have a reasonable conversation about it.
Y'all don't want to hear my big biting grievance, because that gets spicy even on my own side.
All right. 99.73. We got 27 more YouTube subscriptions to get me to 10,000. I think we can do that. Come on. I know that you're thinking, you're watching this, you're like, yeah, he'll get them. No, I need you. If you're sitting there thinking you don't have to be one of them, get off your ass and go subscribe to my ass on YouTube, because I've been waiting for 10K for a long time on YouTube. Yeah. Let me see. Let me thank some donors. We got 10,000 seconds sent $5 to say 2 nuns walk into a bar. Third one ducks. Haha. Light Blinded Fool sent $5 to say term limits for SCOTUS in Congress, no more electoral college, and ranked choice voting, problem solved. I agree that would solve quite a lot of our problems. That addresses... I'm more upset about the electoral college than I am the Senate at the moment, quite frankly. Later, Jesse. Jesse's stepping out.
I always refer to the electoral college as an appendix on the political body because it's evolutionary holdover from back in the day, and it's no longer serving whatever its purpose was. And people will go, well, what about places like Wyoming? Now New York gets to decide for them. I'm like, well, you have to also understand the places where people live. One, that's where people live. That's where our GDP is. Our GDP is where people live, right? And it's not like the people in those places are going to go, yeah, man, fuck Wyoming. Why? Because all the places where people don't live are the breadbasket, which means the places people do live are incentivized to make sure the people places where people don't live are taken care of because they make our fucking food.
Yeah. I mean that's just the thing about all these reforms is that people don't have any respect for, like, there are a number of systems that if we were to adjust them in these catastrophic ways, we'd run into really catastrophic problems. I say that about deporting the illegal immigrants all the time. They fucking grow our food. What a silly thing to do, to deport the people that are the labor force of our agricultural industry. That's insane. That's an insane solution.
That's so much of the foundation. I mean, the whole reason we vote on Tuesday was so that people had enough time to travel to polling places after church on Sunday. I mean,
here's an arbitrary little thing. Here's a random little rule change. Why the fuck is voting day not a federal holiday?
Why does my union have to get into our contract? I get 2 hours off to vote for every election. Why is that a thing that my union has to fight for in the contract every year?
Yeah, it's
and isn't there legal compensation? Like, aren't they supposed to give you like $5 or something if you have to take time off to vote?
I don't know.
No, so what it is this is actually why we have such late polling in a lot of places. Your employer is supposed to give you time off to vote, like they're supposed to allow you to leave to vote, but they don't have to compensate you for it. I'm just fortunate that my union got it in our contract that we get 2 hours of voting leave for every election.
Yeah, this is controversial. This is something I'm very disappointed in myself about. I didn't vote in the 2016 presidential election, and it's because I had to work, and the line was so long. By the time I got home, I just didn't. I'm one of those people that was not encouraged enough to. I was a disenchanted Bernie bro. Was very sad that Bernie lost the New York primary, which I voted in. Moved to Minnesota between the primary and the presidential election, and I didn't vote in 2016 because I was just a working person, and my work didn't make it fucking easy for me, and I'm disappointed in myself. 31-year-old me would tell 21-year-old me, "No, dude, go do it. It doesn't matter how fucking annoying and out of your way you have to go and how long you're going to stand in line past the time because it's late at night. You're getting I was going to get in line right before the polls closed, so I would have been in line past when they were supposed to close and still get my vote counted. That whole thing. I would tell myself that's your fucking civic duty. Go do it." He didn't win Minnesota, so it doesn't matter. But I'm still disappointed in myself for not doing that. But I can also just say that there's lots of people like me 10 years ago who would vote if it was made easier. And I think turnout is important and good. I think particularly turnout for working and poor people is important. And the fact that it's so difficult to vote for some people is just another type of disenfranchisement that we have of the sort that we're concerned with things like the SAVE Act. If you're concerned about the sort of disenfranchisement that the SAVE Act is going to cause, we already kind of do that by not having voting day be a federal holiday, which I think it should be. Because it's a poll tax to suggest that somebody needs to take time off work to go do it. And then, of course, there's rules about getting time to do it at work. But still, the idea of being compensated or just... everything is, everything involving time and money is the same at the end of the day. Poor people have a harder time jumping through more hoops than rich people. And it disenfranchises poor people to make hoops to vote, to jump through to vote.
I need to address something. David, you left the entire live to go, I don't know, do what you do when you get upset by Oskar, stare in the mirror and listen to fucking The Cure. I don't understand what you do. You're coming at me in chat. I need you to understand, I literally came up here to make your argument better. I came up here to argue on your behalf with a better version of your argument.
All right, Will has an interesting idea. Will sent me $1 on Venmo to say starting up the $1 grift train to say David is a bitch. So for $1, that's one David is a bitch. I think we'll see how many we get. And we'll see how many people are following me on YouTube, because I'm 9,989. Seriously, I'm talking to the 11 of you who are about to close the gap between where I am now and 10,000. Just come on. We got 3 minutes left in the show. I wanted to finish today's show with 10,000 YouTube subscribers. You need 100,000 to get a plaque, to get like a play button. So like that's the real goal. But there's something about having those 5 digits on all 4 of the major platforms that I post to. I'm actually about to cross fucking 100,000 on Facebook. Let's see where I am over there. I know we're just talking about my follower counts and shit, but it's friendly time. 98,537. But I'm cruising on Facebook. I'll have 100,000 there in just a moment. All right. Light Blinded Fool sent $1 to say David is a bitch. Bunny VTuber sent $1 to say David is a bitch. Let's see if anybody after Will has come in. Oh, look at that. We got $1 from Jason. Jason said choo choo on the David is a bitch train. We had Noah sent $1 to say David is a bitch. There we go. They're on the right train. Brienne sent $1 to say David is a bitch. Joelle sent $1 to say David is a bitch. Yep, I actually read that one early, but it did say, you know what, 10,000 Seconds did something even bigger, which is that they sent 10 gift memberships to people on YouTube. So that's going to be David is a bitch, 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 David is a bitch. Been a while since I've gotten a harassment and bullying flag. I think that they don't care if I say that David is a bitch. Maybe it's so obviously true that David is a bitch that the auto mod system isn't flagging it anymore. Vi Pixie sent $1 to say David is a bitch, and 10,000 Seconds sent another gift membership to somebody to say that David is a bitch. Snake sent $1 to say that David is a bitch. Let's see. Let me refresh my Venmo. Oh, look at that. Noah sent $1, a little more than $1, to say David is a bitch again. Thank you for that. Let's check the other platforms. I would bet that like Lucky Phil probably wanted to get on the train. Oh yeah, he sent $2 on YouTube's on Buy Me a Coffee to say bitch please, talking about how much David is a bitch. And then over on Cash App. Oh, nobody on Cash App. Maybe back over on Venmo. Let's see. I don't know. How long will the train go? Will it go long enough for me to get 10,000 followers on YouTube? Man, we're just like juggling the grift today. Oh, look at that. Thanks, everybody.
Multiple people are now saying that there's no shot David listens to The Cure. And you know what? I realized in hindsight, I wasn't thinking of The Cure. I was thinking of whatever band sings Goodbye Horses, because I'm picturing David doing the Buffalo Bill scene from Silence of the Lambs when he's not here.
Thanks for 10,000 subscribers on YouTube, everybody. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool, I think, to have 10,000 YouTube subscribers. It's the platform where the long form content gets watched around the clock. So it's like, you know, I'm always kind of trying to drive conversions to where people can find the show and it's long form when I'm not live. So I do care about that number. It's meaningful for the success of the show. So thanks, everybody. Really. Sue also sent $1 to say David is a bitch and follow Oskar on YouTube. Sue's been listening. Tavi sent $2 on YouTube Super Chat to say congrats on 10K. Felix sent, count this as 2x for David because they sent me £2, £2. David is a bitch. David is a bitch. Thank you very much. Rogue Storyteller sent $2 to say David identifies as a female dog, but is one too. Yeah, I know. What a bitch he is. TikTok not flagging David as a bitch is them passively agreeing. I think TikTok agrees that it's definitely, I'm not getting a misinformation flag for asserting so confidently on my show that David is a bitch. I think that means it's probably true. Because as much as I'm a little annoyed that TikTok does the misinformation flag, let me do the misinformation flagging. Let me do the beatdowns. I don't need you to kick the guest. I'm perfectly good at handling it. I do tend to agree with the things that they give misinformation flags for, like about them being, you know, misinformation. But yeah, clearly TikTok doesn't think it's misinformation to say that David is a bitch. Who's David? He's in the chat. He's this orange D. He says, I hope it goes long enough so I can buy health insurance. Yeah, he's making fun of the economic circumstances of a person who was like super broke recently because he's such a bitch. He does such a bitchy, horrible thing as that because he's such a bitch. Thanks everybody for everything, not just for the, you know, all these cheeky $1 donations to upset David, but like 10,000 YouTube followers, man. Back when YouTube followers were everything, I couldn't ever have imagined I'd care so much about Instagram followers. But 100,000 on Instagram's crazy. About to cross 100,000 on Facebook. I mean, what am I on? I don't even pay attention to TikTok anymore. It's like 26,000 or something. It's a big deal to me, guys, that I get to do this every day. I said it earlier in the show today, but I get to wake up every morning and know what to do about fascism, and it's run this show. So ViPixie sent $2 to say congrats on 10K. That's the show today, everybody. Thank you for your time, Chairman Crow. I'll kick you for the algorithm.
Congratulations.
All right. I'm going to disconnect all after I remind everybody to get following on the other 2 accounts. You probably didn't have time. But I know who we are going to raid. It's going to be Jacob Eckman. So if we could get somebody in the TikTok chat to start spamming what his actual username is. It's funny. It's like hard for me to check while like from my main account. I have to move. Oh, I'm in the call-in line account. I can't do it. We're gonna go raid Jacob Eckman. He was on the Tim Pool Jubilee recently, and that's very interesting. So I expect to see all of you over there in just a few minutes. That's the show. Thanks everybody again for all the cool stuff that's happening here at Oskar Quentin Studios, and I'll see you tomorrow at 10 o'clock Central Time on TikTok and on YouTube. Goodbye TikTok, and goodbye YouTube.